He cautions you to remember the two sketches are not photographs.
I believe that eventually we're going to be able to say, this person's the killer. And there's a combination of those two images that'll land on his face, whatever that might look like.
The bridge guy who is suspected of murdering Abigail Williams and Liberty German was captured on Liberty's phone saying, quote, "Guys, down the hill."
Yeah, because like further down south, it's like it would be 2 o'clock there, but it's 1 o'clock here.
Okay, I see. So, okay, guys, the voice that you hear in that clip and will hear interviewed throughout the rest of this, his name is Garth Kurtz. If that rings a bell to you guys, it may be because he is currently incarcerated at Newton County Jail in Indiana, awaiting trial, and is charged with the murder and torture of Nicole Bowen. His former girlfriend, Ashley Garth, who also comes up in the second half of this, is also charged with participating in Nicole Bowen's murder and torture as well. However, she is released on bond, currently awaiting trial. As you guys can see in this photo, there's two pictures of what is the same horse. One was taken from the Inside Edition interview with Ron Logan after the Delphi murders, and the other was directly taken from Garrett's Facebook page. And I did have the opportunity to ask him about this, so let's take a listen.
Logan is one of my dad's childhood friends. I've known Ron my whole life.
Of Ron Logan's horse with a horse in your Facebook or something? Like, there's all kinds of things, Garrett.
I mean, of course there's pictures of Ron's horses on my Facebook. I mean, I've been out there my whole life.
That's what you said. People are taking that to mean you did it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Fucking ignorant. I don't understand. I don't understand how people can say something like that without them knowing that. You know what I mean? There's no evidence that ties me to that. There's no DNA. There's no proof. And honestly, I can't tell you where I was at February 13th or the 14th because I've gotten high since then.
Well, I was gonna say you were using, so you might,
I want to say I was working at Packers because I did have a job at Packers around that time.
What's Packers?
Indiana Packers in Delphi, the hog plant.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump forward in the interview. We initially were speaking. I had questions regarding former Judge Curtis Fouts. So that just kind of gives you some context of what we were conversing up to this point.
Well, really, I mean, the only case I had in Carroll County was a domestic battery with my girlfriend. And
Wait.
Well, I had Curtis Fouts.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, he was my judge, but I don't have court there till August. And, with this case here in Newton County
That's the one I was kind of talking about, but that's not him?
No.
Okay. So you said Moulton. That's someone different.
Moulter is the judge here. And really, I think you should be doing a report on Newton County because this place is corrupt as a motherfucker. Excuse my French.
I am following this wherever it goes. Do you know anything personally? Did he treat you fairly, etc.?
I don't think I was treated fairly, no, because with the circumstantial evidence against me that I had, me and my girlfriend had gotten into it, and she put her hands on me, I put my hands on her. Basically, what it was is self-defense. I had bite marks on my back and everything.
Oh,
all I was trying to do is get her off of me.
Well,
I went to jail.
They say that they arrest someone no matter what in domestic, like someone's going to jail, girl or boy. Yeah. So you just feel voiceless, basically.
Yeah, Fouts, because a lot of people think that Curtis Fouts had something to do with those two little girls getting killed in Delphi.
Me from the future interjecting. This was the exact moment in my first interview with Garrett that I realized I needed to kind of shift gears and ask more about Delphi.
Personally, I don't think that, I think the whole county, Carroll County, is corrupt anyway, because they do what they want. I mean,
as long as you're the powerful, right?
Yeah, like, my family comes from money, and it seems like they always, like, I had a drug problem, that's the whole reason why this case in Newton County happened, the case in Carroll County happened, I'm a drug addict. And Like, meth ruined my whole life. I mean, look, I'm involved in a homicide because of meth. That's the whole reason why this whole thing happened. And a lot of people, especially Newton County, like, they don't see me for who I am. They just see me for what happened. It was a plea bargain for 45 years for me to take a polygraph for the homicide in Delphi of those two little girls. And I took a polygraph and I passed it. Well, one of the questions they asked me, I answered a question, and then they asked me a question like back to back. So like I was still trying to comprehend. My mind was still trying to comprehend another one. So they said that it was deceptive. So basically what they did, Drenski, the prosecutor here, said, well, since you didn't pass the polygraph, we're going to take the 45-year plea off the table. So that's what happened. Then my lawyer came to see me about a month ago and told me that they wanted me to sign 60 years or go to trial. Fuck you, I ain't signing 60 years. I'm 22 years old. You think I want to get out when I'm 80? I have no filter, I don't care what anybody thinks what I have. If they don't like it, fuck them. That's how I feel about it. You have just had any run-ins with crowds. I mean, Ron Logan, that'd be your best person to talk to,
Do you think that there's a possibility that he was set up by powerful people? You don't have to name who, or even if you don't think so, just honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I do, because they've had it out for Ron, for a long time.
Was it meth that there were other people involved? I mean,
What happened was my girlfriend. I mean, I don't see my girlfriend no more. I wish she'd get hit by a car. But what happened was, my girlfriend. I was seeing this girl because my girlfriend was cheating on me, so I broke it off her and I started seeing this other girl. Well, I came up here to get my clothes one night with this other girl, and she came in. My girlfriend and her ended up getting into a fight, and one thing led to another, and that's how all this shit happened. And she's trying to point the finger at me and act like she was scared of me and all that.
I think I know who you're talking about. Hold on, where's my folder? Is the last name start with a G?
Yep, Garth.
Are you guys still together?
No, hell no.
I told you about moral injury. That kind of what this is, drug related and accidental.
Yeah, pretty much.
So why do you think that Miss Garth is let out on bond?
Well, personally, I mean, that girl's never told us the truth in her life, never. And I mean, personally, I don't lie. That's one thing I don't do. I was never raised to do that. Well, the reason they let her out is because, they said that, because I'm the one that said that we were both a part of it. Her DNA came back. Well, the reason she got a bond and I don't is because she didn't, admit to it. She shouldn't be out. And her bond was only $5,000 on a murder. And I've heard through the grapevine, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that she's agreed to testify against me for 5 years probation and house arrest, which I don't know how the fuck that makes sense. But
are you coping okay with just the mental aspect, like the moral injury? I know.
I'm all right. But see, I mean, I have no issue talking about that. But report on it or what? But
why don't you tell them that you want to take the polygraph again? Because if they
Is there still no sound? Or can you hear me now? Oh, goodness. My microphone is showing sound. It's good now? Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry, guys. Okay, so this is part 2 of the Ashley Garth case. I kicked it off tonight with some excerpts from the interview that Garrett gave to Open Secrets, which in fact, he did 32 interviews with Open Secrets. And we'll get into detail about who she is and how those transpired. But as you can hear with him discussing his role in the Nicole Bowen case, and he's calling Ashley Garth his ex-girlfriend. His new girlfriend was Nicole Bowen. I felt it was really important for you guys all to, especially for those of you who are new to the case, the Delphi case, how and why Garrett Kurtz is kind of a key player here. So I'm going to let this continue to play.
They told you that and then pulled the deal off. That seems to me like are we talking about, yeah, Delphi girls, not the Flora girls, right?
What?
Do you know about the Flora?
Yeah, with the fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about the one in Delphi.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, because there's.
Yeah.
So how do you know Ron Logan? Because your dads were friends?
Yeah, I've known Ron Logan my whole life. They've tried pinning it on me.
Well, that's what you said. Do you think they're asking you because you and your family know Logan?
Well, they asked me, like, they said that my phone pinned on the cell phone tower in Delphi that day and all, but that's bullshit. That wasn't in Delphi that day. It's
me from the future again. I want to make sure that everyone keeps in mind the fact that Delphi is a very small town, and members of law enforcement, the media, as well as people close to the case have confirmed that due to the small proximity of the town, that it is possible for a cell phone to ping off of more than one tower, even if it's staying in the same place. Law enforcement was actually responding to a question regarding an interview on the news the night they went missing, saying that the bee's phone was pinging all over town. It's also important to keep in the back of your mind the fact that law enforcement may not actually have proof that his phone was pinging that night. Maybe they do. Probably likely they do, but maybe it's them, bluffing in an interrogation. To see if someone's being deceptive.
It seems like they just try to make up shit, and then when they question me, like 4 detectives bombarded me. They're like, "Well, if you know something, it's got to be weighing on your conscience." I said, "Don't try to guilt trip me, motherfucker, because I didn't have nothing to do with that shit."
Did they come in thinking they already had their mind made up, or did they come in with an open mind? It seems like
they came in with the detective that came to pick me up, that took me down to the police post to take a polygraph. He even told me himself that he didn't think that I did something like that. So I had somebody on my side, and when we got down there, and the detective that brought me back was the same one that took me. He let me smoke a cigarette, brought me McDonald's.
So what does your lawyer say?
My lawyer was actually pretty upset with Drinsky, the prosecutor, because he thought it was bullshit. He thought they could fuck me.
Just from what you said, Garrett, it sounds like, they could try and pin that on you. That's just my opinion from what you said about, like, the deal.
Yeah.
Do you know the German family? Or wait.
No, I don't.
No, okay. Okay, tell me that. Do you know Ron? You've been to his property though?
Oh yeah, I grew up there.
Why do you think the girls got across the river Do you think they ran, or do you think someone put them on Logan's property?
Really, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. But 47 seconds left. You put on here the text message that you sent me.
Oh, I know.
50 cents a piece.
Yeah, they kept sending, but I will add more money. Okay, Garrett?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll call you back as soon as I can. I'll let you know.
Okay, then our phone call got cut off. So that's what I'm going to share with you guys today from my initial interview with Garrett. Look out for videos to come in the future because
All right, guys. That's one of the first initial interviews that Garrett Kurtz did after his arrest with Nicole Bowen, or for Nicole Bowen, with Open Secrets. Her name is actually Sarah DeGoff, and she did 32 interviews with Garrett where he discusses his interviews with law enforcement, with the Delphi case, etc., etc. However, we are here to talk about his involvement in the murder of Ray Hainish and Nicole Bowen. So before we get started and I start pulling in all of my slides and all of that good stuff, let me know if you guys have any questions. This is part 2. Some of it's going to be a rehashing of what we did last week, simply because the part 2 episode that we did last week was deleted by YouTube because of some language that we were reading from a deposition. So we're redoing it. We weren't given the opportunity to edit that video. So we're going to redo the whole thing tonight, and then we're going to take a brief intermission, and we're going to go right into part 3 without ending the live because I have a boatload of stuff uploaded already, and I didn't want to have to upload 2 different segments, if that makes sense, for those of you who understand how StreamYard works. So let's just take a minute. I'm going to say hello to everybody in the chat. Hello to my mods. Of course, I've got Streets of Bakerfield with me. I've got my good friend Cherie here with me.
And I have to turn it on here, dear.
Huh?
That's my boyfriend yelling at me because my battery's dead.
Oh, shoot. Electric, Werecat, Ruther Network, what's up? Hippie Chick, hi. Kathy S. Kathy S is my, she's a new mod. She's my go-to girl during the day. She's been very helpful on researching. So everyone be kind to Kathy S, and I know that she'll be kind to you. Tracy Fleetwood, hello. Rebecca Ann, hello.
Can you hear me when I'm like this?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm in my car.
True Crime Addicted. She said, I'm lost. Who are we talking to? That was Garrett Kurtz, and you're going to hear a lot more from him. Rebecca Ann says, Garrett Kurtz is full of shit. You have no idea. Rachel, I'm fairly new to Ashley's case, but this guy is lying through his teeth. Listen, this case is very interesting. This case is very difficult. There's a lot of ins and outs, and you got to follow it from beginning to end to understand how we have arrived where we've arrived. But it's over 2 years in the making of research that I have compiled, and I hope that you guys can learn from it and you'll support her. She is a good girl. She's not perfect. She's made some mistakes, but she's not a murderer.
I like that Fiend's here because he is a good resource, and I would love for him to start following the Ashley case and using his brain here.
Who's that?
Electric Werecat Truther Network, formerly known as Phoenix. He is a brilliant mind, and I love him and DB very much, and their brains to this case would be an asset. Sure.
Hey, I'm all for extra help. And Trial Junkie, yes, Garrett Kurtz is in Pendleton, and that is where Richard Allen has been transferred. So sorry about that. Okay, so any questions before we get started that you guys in the chat feel you have to have answered? Okay, let me do this. With all of you in the chat right now, how many of you type in a 1 if you are familiar with Open Secrets?
How
Good.
long? How long was Garrett in that interview in Kentland, the very first interview before he started throwing people out of the bus for Delta? How many? Like, was it like 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Oh no. He okay, Chris Kruk. Hey, Chris Kruk, I have emailed you back. I'm going to need a response, please. I don't know if you're an email person, but you emailed me and I emailed you back. So I want you to respond to me, please. And thank you in advance. Okay, Garrett's first interview was done April 1st, and he was in that interview for a little over, well, it was about 3 hours with some downtime. And then there was a second interview on the 4th that was about 45 minutes. And it was the last 20 minutes of his second interview where he started throwing people under the bus. So Rachel says, I don't know Open Secrets. Chris Crunk said, I have not heard of it. So Open Secrets, you go to YouTube and you type in just that, and you go to the playlist, and there is a playlist of Garrett Kurtz. Open Secrets. Oh, thank you, Kathy. She's on it. She provided the link, and Open Secrets was a girl who, like a lot of us, were hell-bent on finding out what happened in Delphi. And Garrett Kurtz, you're going to find out through this case, the Nicole Bowen case, that Garrett Kurtz interjected himself with Delphi right off the rip. And a lot of people immediately, well, I'll put it to you like this. So April 1st, Garrett is arrested for the murder of Nicole Bowen. On April 19th is when ISP came out with the big press release and the second sketch in the Delphi case. And there is absolutely like no argument that the second sketch, the young bridge guy sketch, looks a lot like Garrett Kurtz. So everyone was like, oh my God, this is it. Okay. I'm not
that Ashley was from Delphi. That was one of the things.
And a lot of people thought because his at the time in 2019, his girlfriend was Ashley Garth. And she's from Delphi. She was raised and she grew up in Delphi. But what no one ever decided to do was the research on the timeline from 2017 to 2019. So Garrett and Ashley had been a couple in 2015, 2016. They broke up. Ashley moved away to Florida at the very beginning of 2017. I'm sorry, at the very beginning of 2016, and was gone for a little over a year. There is proof of that in this case. She moved down there. She stayed with her uncle. She had jobs down there. So when the Delphi case happened, Ashley Garth was nowhere near Delphi, Indiana, number one. Number two, Ashley's father is very, very good friends with Anna Williams, which is Abby's mother. And the families were close knit. Ashley Garth had no knowledge, no information about what happened in Delphi. She was out of the state. When she came home, she learned from her own family what the rumors were that had transpired. Her and Garrett got back together after she moved out, or after she moved back. And it wasn't until after the Nicole Bowen murder that anything was ever brought up to Ashley to her face that Garrett might have information about Delphi. Regardless to what Garrett wants to say, Garrett is a liar and he's a master manipulator and he's a psychopath. But if Ashley knew anything about Delphi, she would be telling it. Her father would demand that she tell it. Her father and Anna are good friends. Ashley has no information. Ashley has never seen any kind of a video that Garrett talks about. Ashley has never been given firsthand information about anything in Delphi. And if she had, she would have came forward with it, period. So this is one of those things where in this case, you have to, you literally have to track down your facts. So do we have any questions in the chat? Chris Crook, I need you to get back with me ASAP. I responded to your email. Hi, Deb. Okay, so we're going to get started we're going to recap part 2. Hi, Deb. We're going to recap part 2, and we're going to start with the presentation that I've created. Let's see, where is it? So I'm just going to recap from the very beginning because we started with part 1 a couple of weeks ago. Rachel says, I'm fairly new to Ashley's case, but this guy is lying through his teeth. Yeah. Hippie chick, if you have a big ass notebook on this case, please share it with me. So just to put it in perspective, at the end of this month, at the end of March, hey, Carol Hall, you're absolutely right. If Ashley knew anything about Delphi, there's no question. She would have already spoke out. I mean, she walking into the Lafayette Police Department to tell on Garrett really put herself in danger, thinking that she was going in and telling on someone who just committed a murder She had no idea that she was going to be held. She was terrified. So the information that people think that she has about Delphi, she doesn't have. If she did, she would have already spilled the beans. There's no way. But I'm going to pull up. I am just going to go back through everything to recap, just really quick, all the way up to part 2. So, in the case coverage that I have for Ashley going forward, starting with part 1, I'm going to give you a list of all of the things that we have. We have medical records, we have Facebook messages, we have emails, depositions, pretrial motions, trial transcripts, interrogation videos, autopsies, 136 trial exhibits, handwritten letters, jail messages, police reports, family interviews, multiple audio interviews, and criminal records, and more. Those are the documents that we have to substantiate what we are discussing in this case. Ashley grew up in Delphi, Indiana. She graduated from the Delphi High School. Ashley worked at the Indiana Beach. Ashley is one of 3 sisters. Ashley has 1 child, a son. I know that a lot of rumors out there that Ashley has 2 kids. Ashley only has 1, and it's a son. Ashley herself describes herself as a tomboy who loves fishing with her dad and camping. At this current time, Ashley is 32, going on 33. After being involved in a relationship with Garrett Kurtz, Ashley's life took a downward turn, developed an addiction, and suffered from severe physical abuse at the hands of Garrett Kurtz. These are pre-Garrett Kurtz photos of Ashley with her son, herself. And I want a lot of you right here in photo 3 to take note of Ashley in the picture of the hat. Ashley has an uncle. I feel like everything that we do in this case, we have to provide proof. But Ashley has an uncle who crochets, big time crochets. And he crochets to the point where he has like an online Facebook market page, and he sells crocheted items. And some of the stuff he makes is absolutely gorgeous. But he used to crochet hats for Ashley. This photo right here is one of the hats that he crocheted for Ashley, and he sent her. Ashley's grandmother that Ashley lived with prior to all of this happening had tons of apparel that was created for her. So just keep this photo in mind. This is the 3rd photo over with the white hat. That's actually like an off-white hat. That's not the same hat that's going to come up later in this case, but that's the white hat that you guys need to remember Ashley wears all the time. A white hat. This right here, to recap, is Ashley when she arrived in Florida with her uncle Scott. This photo was taken in 2017. He is willing to testify and sign an affidavit that Ashley was living in Florida in 2017. She was not in Delphi. Up here in the right-hand corner, again, is Ashley and her son, Chevy. This right here, just reviewing, is Ashley's criminal record that you can see clearly. There's a lack thereof. Infraction, a misdemeanor, infraction, misdemeanor, a misdemeanor, an infraction, and a misdemeanor, which is marijuana and driving violations. There was no violent crime. There was no methamphetamine, excuse me, arrest, none of that. Ashley never had a felony, regardless to the rumors, regardless to, oh, well, she was involved with Derek German, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. It is not true. Derek German's entanglement with the law happened when when Derek was in like his 30s. Ashley was still in high school. So how those two people were ever thrown into the same mixing pot makes no sense to me. And then people who continue to spread these lies piss me off. This is Garrett Kurtz, who we're going to be talking a lot about tonight. Garrett Kurtz grew up in Brookston. He became involved with drugs and petty crimes at a young age. Garrett Kurtz did know, and he spent a lot of time at Ron Logan's property. In 2017, Garrett Kurtz worked at Packers, and Garrett resumed a relationship with Ashley after she moved back to Delphi in 2018. This is Nicole Bowen, who is the victim. Nicole was the mother of two sons. Nicole began dating Garrett Kurtz in early January of 2019. During the same time that Garrett was living with Ashley, Ashley kicked Garrett out of her house in January. Garrett Kurtz and Nicole Bowen began living at the Palladino compound. This is in January of 2019. And Garrett and Nicole ended up having a major falling out the week of March 18th, 2019. And I'm going to go into detail about that and why that happened. Going back to January, we're just reviewing here really quick before we move on into actually Ashley's part 2 case. Garrett asked Ashley to get out of her house. Her stepfather, who was on during part 1 of this second round of Ashley's case, came on, and he discusses how he had evicted Garrett because Kevin, who was Ashley's stepdad, owned the property that Ashley was living at. He evicted Garrett. Ashley had asked Garrett to leave. While Garrett continued to harass, Garrett showed back up. He slashed all 4 tires on Ashley's truck. She didn't have a way to and from work. And Garrett continued to text, threatened to kill her, was making threats against her family. Ashley was sharing these texts with her stepdad and her dad, and everyone knew what was going on. Ashley began to stay away from the house. Now, what you need to understand in the world of Garrett Kurtz is when he's on Open Secrets talking about this time period, he is claiming Ashley was cheating on me. She was staying out all night. She was doing this and that. No. That is what a narcissistic, abusive boyfriend says about a girlfriend that he has lost control of. Ashley had kicked him out. Ashley was staying out of harm's way. He was continuously threatening her. He was damaging her property. He was breaking in, stealing items that belonged to her son. And then after the fact, he wants to go public and claim, oh, well, she treated me like crap. Nobody, you were kicked to the fucking curb, is what it was. So in January 2019, he was removed, and Ashley was staying away. She didn't have a way to and from work because the tires on her car had been slashed. So she was getting a ride and having to stay away from her home. Her family knew where she was. Garrett did not. Garrett ends up breaking into her property in January, on January 20th, I believe. Hides in the house for hours. Waits for Ashley to get dropped off to shower, change her clothes, and she's attacked. She is strangled unconscious multiple times. She's beaten, she's duct taped, she's hogtied. And we have a police record to confirm that. Hey, Four Pits. So I believe that I've got this. That's LPD. So, hey, Cherie, take over just really quick while I pull in the Carroll County police report. Or Streets. Streets of Bakerfield. Cherie, one of you guys.
You gotta let me in.
There you go. You're
I
in.
think you're in now.
Okay, give me. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna pull in this police report so we can go over it real quick.
Okay.
Big fish, small pond. Garrett, the first in January when he beat her up and strangled her and everything, he was in jail for about a week, I think, and then he was bailed out on bail, and then about
Yeah,
a
he was
month.
bonded out by his dad.
Okay, and I think about a month later he broke the restraining order, but he got bailed out again, I think. And so he did, but not very much time. And eventually it was dismissed, which was bullshit. What are your thoughts on that, Street?
He claimed a connection to Nick McClellan, and then Nick McClellan got into office. One of the first things he did was fire. So that shows like some connection to Mark Kurtz and Garrett Kurtz. So I think that Garrett Kurtz being let out of some sort of family favor led to the death of two.
Your connection isn't great. Did you say something about Mark?
So
your guitar.
Yeah, Mark and Garrett Kurtz are related. Sorry, Mark and Garrett Kurtz are connected to Ron Logan, and McClellan let Garrett out early, modified Ron Logan's sentence, and so there's some sort of favoritism being played there.
Yeah, I agree. He seemed to get a lot of breaks that he shouldn't have gotten until at least till the second murder, Ray Hainish, or
Yes,
both
Garrett
of them
did
actually. Go ahead.
Garrett did go to prison. Garrett did go to prison for those two murders, but he also, had he been held accountable for his crimes before those murders, they wouldn't have even been committed.
Okay, I've got it. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. I need to fix my mic. So you guys keep the chat talking, but when I come back, we're going to go through that incident from that day. I know there are some people who are asking if Garrett was arrested for this. Yes, he was. And there's some serious details that come out of this arrest and this arrest report that carries over into Nicole's case. And do I know if Garrett knew Ashley was going to be dropped off that day? I do not. I think that Garrett used to live at this property. So I'm assuming that he knew at some point in time she had to come home. And he was texting her that he was going to effing kill her. And she was sending these messages to her family like, I don't know what to do. I've got to work. I don't have any clothes. Her car sitting on the side of the road because she pulled out of her driveway before she realized that all of her tires were slashed. And, Garrett had nothing to lose. He had nowhere to go. His family wouldn't allow him at their property. And, hindsight's 2020. Ashley made the right decision leaving Indiana altogether to get away from him and to get her life back on track for herself and for her son. Her biggest regret in life is when she came back and being clean, and Garrett at that same time getting out of work release and being clean. The two of them thought they could make things work again. It did not take very long for that to go downhill. Garrett, their relationship rekindled in July, and by October of 2018, Ashley was already sporting 2 black eyes on Facebook, a broken arm, all kinds of shit stolen. And in January, she's having to work extra hours because he stole her rent money. He had stolen her son's PlayStation. He had slashed the tires on her car. Her stepdad had evicted him. She wanted him out. He was already in another relationship with Nicole Bowen. And that's where this breaking and entering happens. Shelley Klein, we're going to get to that. And I hope that you follow up to that point and you understand how this transpired when it comes to Nicole. So just please hang on with us, okay? Streets and Cherie, take over just really quick. I have to fix my cord on my microphone. Do you guys hear me? Take over until I get back. I just got to climb under. I got to climb under my desk and fix my cord.
Oh, I guess I am here. Hi, guys. Hello? Cherie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking at the comments.
I am driving on the freeway. The
Oh.
Olympics are coming in 2028, so everything is torn up and a mess.
Oh. Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I said I have to get some of my Sunday stuff done because I have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning to go to work.
Oh.
So I do all my preparations on Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
I gotta wash my car and go to the dry cleaners to pick up my uniform.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is true exotic prairie that the law enforcement do not take people with former arrest and addiction history seriously. But in my opinion, at least in a lot of places, they don't take abuse of women seriously either. It seems like that they keep not doing enough until then the woman's killed, and then it's too late. I've seen that happen a lot.
Well, I mean, they had 6 little girls die in their county in less than 3 months, and one of the cases is technically solved, but not really. No answers. The other one is just dead. No one even talks about it anymore. Or the house has been torn down, insurance money has been paid, and like no one's been held accountable. And they got rid of their fucking CPS building. What's that all about? You have 6 little girls dying in the same year. You tear down your CPS building. That doesn't make any damn sense.
So listen, when it comes to I was climbing under my desk to fix my cord. I could hear you. So I just want to throw this out there. I just want to throw this out there and explain a little bit why. I don't know why my microphone keeps doing that. Why I'm drawn to Ashley a little bit. So back in 2007, my sister, she was 6 years younger than me, and she was a mother, and she had 3 boys. Her oldest son, Zachary, was by her high school boyfriend that was very close with me and my mother and my brother. My sister was in high school when she had him. He had a very good father financially. The father was, I'm going to pay child support, I'm going to provide, but he wasn't emotionally involved. It was more of a financial obligation that his parents made sure that he fulfilled. My sister then went on and became involved in a relationship with another man named Derek, who on the onset, we all thought was a decent guy. He appeared to come from a good family. We liked the fact that he was accepting of my nephew, Zachary, until one day we got a phone call from my sister that was very revealing in the fact that she had been being abused, and she was at work, and she had left Zachary home with Derek. And Zachary had crawled out of the front door of her apartment to a neighbor in pain, and Derek was nowhere to be found. My nephew had been, to this day, I don't know what happened that day. All I know is that he had a spiral break of the femur.
Jesus Christ. Do you know how hard it is to break a fucking femur, let alone a
Yes.
spiral break? Like, he had
He had
to
a-
pick that shit up by his leg. Jesus fuck.
The way that Zachary was about 8 years old at the time. And the way he described it was that Derek got mad and grabbed him up and basically brought him down in what Zachary described as a Hulk Hogan move on his leg. So Zachary goes to Children's Hospital. My sister leaves work. My brother, my husband, and my stepfather are all literally on the hunt for Derek. Like, they're going to kill this man. Children's Services comes into the hospital because Children's Hospital called them. And long story short, my nephew did have a spiral break of the femur. He was released to my sister, and there was a restraining order put in place by Children's Services that this individual was no longer allowed around her until the investigation was complete. Yada, yada, yada. Long story short, my sister, who had needed us all her life, pretty much gave us the middle finger and moved to the opposite side of our state to be with this man, and ended up having 2 more little boys with him. And they would show up for holidays, and he would refuse to enter into the kitchen, the dining area, and the family room of my home. He would sit in an armchair in the formal front room in the living room and put my sister on a fucking time limit because he didn't want to be there, and she would abide. I'm telling you, women who are in abusive relationships do the most unbelievable things to keep the peace, to prevent chaos, especially when they don't feel they have any type of financial backing or support. And when they feel like people around them are expecting them to answer. They want, like, I wanted my sister to answer to me, like, what the fuck are you doing with this punk bitch? Because I felt like I wanted to walk out into my front room and take him on like a grown man. Like, what are you doing? And my sister would be like, please, 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 please. Like, he let me come with the kids. He let me come. And I'm like, he let you come to your family's Thanksgiving? What the hell is wrong with you? My mother went out there numerous times to intervene, and this man put a gun to my mother's head, and my sister never left him. Guess what? My sister is dead now. So when people don't understand a woman's submissiveness in a domestic violent relationship, I understand. I understand you 1,000,000%, because I feel like I would never be her. I could never be her. But I had a sister who was raised the exact same way that I was, by the same 2 parents under the same roof, that I watched ultimately over the course of 3 years be basically whittled like a piece of wood down to a nothing, where even though she had a full-time job and was a full-time great ass freaking mom, she felt like she had to do and succumb to this man who was controlling her life. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if I've ever fully shared that in depth. And it is the most bizarre thing that you can ever witness in your life, watching my sister show up during the holidays, or us having to beg her to come for a birthday party or an Easter egg hunt or for a cookout, and her give us 5,000 excuses under the sun. And we knew this motherfucker was trying to control her and keep her away from us. And do you know, because she was his wife when she died, he had family on law enforcement. So not only did he get away with what transpired that day, he then got to tell me to my face where he was going to bury my sister, which was next to a man at a cemetery 2 hours away from her home that she had never met, because he claimed this man was his father and was killed in a motorcycle accident before he was born. And he wanted his wife next to him. And I had no say. My mother had no say. Her sons had no say. Her brother had no say. None of it mattered. And you want to talk about a sister who showed her ass inside of a funeral home? Pick me. That was me. I did. I lost my shit. This monster today is supposedly in Cincinnati, Ohio. And he took my nephews and fled the area, and he's never allowed them to have contact with us. So his name, by the way, is Derek Zimmerman. My sister is Jennifer Zimmerman. She was beaten to a pulp, ran from her own house, grabbed her car keys, got in a car, left her neighborhood, being chased, and less than a quarter mile outside of her neighborhood, hit the gravel embankment on the side of the road, and her car went down an embankment and flipped 40 yards. She was launched out of her sunroof, broke her neck immediately. So for those of you who need to understand why when it comes to victims of domestic violence, I'm not stupid by any means, but in this case, I stand firm and I understand everyone's questioning of Ashley and her behavior, but I witnessed it firsthand with my own sister. And oh God, Chris Crux said I actually might know you, maybe. Well, you might. So I just want you guys all to understand where I'm coming from when I discuss this case when it comes to Ash and where she's been and what she went through. So
Could you let, if Streets isn't in, could you let her in, please?
she got bumped out again.
Sorry,
Girl.
my phone keeps overheating, and I just pulled into the Taylor where I get my dry clean done. But so I was, not to sound all happy. So I also was beaten severely by a husband for 4 years, and my daughter was there. She was in elementary school at the time, and I always thought, as long as he hits me and he doesn't hit her, then we're fine. Because he was a truck driver and he wasn't home a lot. You know what I mean? So I totally justified it. And then one night he hit her. He hit me first and I went unconscious and I woke up and she was on the ground. And like your sister, I looked at the table by the door and my keys were there and my wallet I knew was in the car, and I just got up and I walked by Madison and I grabbed her by her hand and I grabbed my keys and we got in the car, and she goes, "Mom, the dogs, he's gonna kill him." And so I ran to the back gate, and I opened the gate and I was like, "You guys want to go for a car ride?" Madison opened the car door. The dogs got in the car and I fucking got on the 40 freeway and just went west and drove all the way to Albuquerque before I had to put gas in the car. And it's hard to, yeah. And I always thought, well, as long as he's not hurting me, as long as he's not hurting her, it's okay. But then she went, has gone through therapy and stuff because she has severe anxiety. And she's told me, like, I could hear him beating you. And I thought that he was going to kill you and then come upstairs and kill me. And you don't realize what you're putting your kids through. You think as long as they're not getting hit, but like they hear and see everything, and it's scared. To this day, she can't listen to country music. It gives her an anxiety attack.
Yeah, my sister, I think I really don't know where her submissiveness came from, because she definitely wasn't raised in a family of women like that. I mean, my mother, and both of my aunts, we were all strong women. And it just seemed like my sister, for whatever reason, she had kind of a complex of insecurities and et cetera, et cetera. And I would have never expected to see her. And you know, and it took us a while to figure it out because she hid it for so long. And I think it was out of embarrassment, out of wanting to feel like, you know, they did have a beautiful home. They lived in a nice neighborhood. They both had good jobs. And I think it was more of trying to maintain a normalcy for her and her kids and within the family. But when I mean, for me, it went downhill the second that my nephew's femur was broke. And I
Yeah.
never liked him after that. But she continued to try to make excuses. And anyway, I just wanted to, I don't want to harp on any of that. I just wanted to bring that up with this case because
I'm
people
gonna
are
put you on
asking about.
I gotta
Go
put
ahead.
you on mute really quick. I gotta run in and get my dry cleaning so I have uniforms for this week. I'll be right back.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
So let's hop back into, let me see here. So okay, I know what we were doing. We went through January where Garrett had broke in and beat Ashley to a pulp. And I went in and I pulled up the Carroll County police report and get it to come in. Oh, hold on. Where did it go? Oh, I see. Hold on. That's what I did. I have to share the whole screen. Hold on. Okay, so can you guys see my screen that I'm sharing?
Yes.
Okay, so this is from so if for those of you who are new to the case or missed the part 1, Ashley's stepdad was on and he discussed with us what transpired that day. From his perspective, he owned the property. He's the one who contacted 911. And when they showed up, this is the report. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. So this was on January 21st, 2019. This was at Ashley's house that Garrett had been evicted from, Garrett had been evicted from, 1, by Kevin, her stepdad. 2, she had asked him not to come back. He was already in a relationship with Nicole Bowen and was staying over at Jason Palladino's property. However, he was still harassing, texting, calling Ashley. He had slashed the tires on her car, was making life threats to her, and she came home. She had a friend drop her off so she could go in, get a shower, and get clothes to leave for the weekend because she was going to work. This is the police report. Jay Schimmel, being first duly sworn upon his oath, says that on or about January 20th, 2019, in the county of Carroll, the state of Indiana, Garrett K. Kurtz, in a rude, insolent, and angry manner, did knowingly or intentionally apply pressure to the throat or neck of Ashley and Garth in a manner that impeded normal breathing or blood circulation of Ashley and Garth. All of which is contrary to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided, to wit, yada, 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 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Indiana. Then it's a whole bunch of signatures, yada, yada, yada. I J. Schimmel, being first duly sworn upon my oath, says that I have probable cause for believing at this time that Garrett Kurtz committed the crime of count 1, strangulation, a level 6 felony, a count 2, domestic battery, a class A misdemeanor in Carroll County, Indiana, on or about January 20th, 2019, by reason of the following facts, to wit: I am a Carroll County Deputy Sheriff. I have reviewed the report of Carroll County Sheriff's deputies, Michelle Catrone and Stephen Takuch, concerning an incident that occurred January 20th, 2019, involving Garrett K. Kurtz. The reports related the following information. On January 20th, it has on here 2018, but it's actually 2019. Carroll County Sheriff's deputies, Catrone and Takuch, were dispatched to 12328 West 600 North for a report of domestic battery. Dispatch stated that Kevin Hinton, Ashley's stepdad, called 911 advising that his daughter, Ashley Garth, had been tied up and beaten. Dispatch advised the suspect was identified as Garrett K. Kurtz. Dispatch stated that the suspect had left the scene with his grandmother, who was driving a blue Buick passenger car. Deputy Catrone made contact with Ashley and her father. Ashley stated that she was dropped off at her residence by a friend. She stated she entered the residence and observed her residence to be in disarray. She stated she walked towards the rear of the residence and entered her bedroom. She turned on the light and she stated Garrett quickly emerged from the bathroom and attacked her. She stated Garrett tackled her to the ground, telling her that he was not kidding about killing her, referring to earlier messages he had sent her. She stated that Garrett then taped her mouth shut, tied her hands behind her back, and tied her feet. He wrapped pieces of clothing around her mouth to keep the tape on. She stated that he then left her on the ground and walked into the living room and turned on the music to drown out her attempts to scream. Ashley stated she was able to scoot towards the door of the bedroom and get the article off of her face. She screamed for help, and Garrett quickly approached and grabbed her feet and flipped her over. Ashley stated that Garrett began to choke her using his hands, and she stated that she lost consciousness several times. She stated that every time she regained consciousness, Garrett would choke her again. Ashley stated she was confined for approximately 2 hours. She stated Garrett walked out of the residence and got into his grandmother's car and left. Ashley stated she was then able to get up and run outside. Ashley stated she then went to the neighbor's house and called for her father for help. Ashley stated she was in fear for her life and felt like she was going to die. She stated that she was spitting up and gagging on her own blood. She rated her pain as a 10 on a scale of 1 out of 10. Deputy Catrone took pictures in the report. That's what it says. Deputy Catrone took pictures of Ashley and noticed redness around her wrists, ankles, and neck. She was provided a battery affidavit and filled out the same with advisement of the false information statute. Ashley informed deputies that Garrett's jacket was inside the residence by the front window. Deputy Tukchuk observed the jacket and located Garrett's identification card in a wallet that was in the jacket pocket. Ashley informed deputies that Garrett's grandmother lived on Springboro Road. Deputies located the residence and spoke with an elderly woman. She advised Garrett was in the shower. The deputies made contact with Garrett and placed him under arrest. Deputy Tachuk interviewed Garrett at the jail. After he had been read his Miranda warnings, he stated that he had, in fact, sent angry, threatening text messages to Ashley. He stated that she had been out all night. So he stayed at a neighbor's house waiting for her to come home. He stated that at some point he went back to the residence and fell asleep for a while and woke up around the time Ashley returned home. Garrett stated he confronted Ashley about where she had been and what she had been doing. He said this resulted in an argument and he decided to leave. He asked Ashley to use her phone because this was, wait a minute, I lost my place. I'm so sorry. To use her phone because his was dead and she refused. So he took her phone and she began attacking him, biting his back and hitting him several times. Garrett had red marks on both hands and forearms, as well as a red mark under his right eye. He also had a bite mark on his back.
So he's complaining that she hit back. So he took her cell phone, and when she tried to get it back, she left a mark on him. And now he's like, "Look at what she did to me."
Well, the truth be told, when he took her to the front room, Ashley said he threw her over his shoulder. And when he threw her over his shoulder, she bit him in the back.
Huh? He threw her over his shoulder?
He threw her over his shoulder to take her into the living room. And that's when she bit his back. She said she didn't know he took her cell phone until she realized hours later that he was gone and her cell phone was gone. It was never an issue about her cell phone. He just took the cell phone because her telling him to leave, her stepdad evicting him, her staying gone wasn't a reasonable enough answer for him to leave her the hell alone. It was, you stayed out all night. I don't know where you were or what you were doing. And now you were going to have your ass beat because you deserve it.
She had a job and was paying all of her own bills and lived on her own at that point, right?
And yes, and that particular weekend, she had to have picked up extra shifts because he had stolen her rent money.
A fucking piece of shit.
So he said he asked Ashley to use her phone because his was dead. So he admits to sending her threatening text messages. She's forwarding these text messages to her family. She's intentionally staying gone from her own freaking house because she's afraid of him. She's having to get rides to and from work because he slashed all 4 tires on her truck. And he thinks he's going to get away with, well, I waited for her to come home and my phone was dead. So I just simply asked if I could use her and she said no. So I took it and she began to attack me. At the end of the day, Carroll County, Nick McClellan got this bullshit.
Nick McClellan, someone said this, I haven't double checked it, but it shocked me when I saw it. Someone said Nick McClellan's never been married.
I don't know. But I want to know where are the photographs because they've been requested. She was tied up with duct tape. She had duct tape on her mouth, on her wrists, on her ankles. She was hogtied. She had clothing around her face to keep the duct tape on. Where in his description of, we just got into a scuffle because I wanted to use her phone, yet he's not discussing tying her up? Now, the issue on top of all of that with this right here, so he took her phone and she began attacking him, biting his back and hitting him several times. Garrett had red marks on both hands and forearms, as well as a red mark under his right eye. He also had a bite mark on his back. He explained that while Ashley was attacking him, he defended himself by pushing her off and admitting to hitting her a couple of times. He also admitted to putting his hands around her neck, but denied applying pressure until she lost conscious. He denied tying her up. And then this officer affirms. So,
And I don't know about
around her.
Sorry. Go ahead, Streets.
Go ahead, I'm driving and someone's being crappy.
Okay. I was just gonna, I don't know how it is in Indiana or other states, but in New York, if there something like this happens, and if the guy tries to, or the abuser tries to take the other person's phone away, that's a crime in itself, because you're cutting off their way to get help, and it's just by itself, that's a crime, not counting all the other things.
Something
Is
like
it that
that.
way in your state?
I had a boyfriend take away a cell phone once, and he got charged with coercion or something like that.
okay, so I'm going to jump forward. Let me slide through, because this whole presentation that I have is chock full of everything. But I'm going to fast forward. So hold on. Where'd it go? Well, we might have to wait to get to it. But at the end of the day, there are pictures that were taken that day of Ashley with duct tape on her wrists, duct tape still attached to her body, and a witness her friend who had dropped her off, to thinking that I'm going to drop you off. I'm going to go up here to the store. I'm going to get whatever they were getting at the grocery store. She was going to go in and get a shower. And I'm going to make sure. So for those of you who are following the case and these episodes, just know that I will provide you proof that Ashley's stepdad in the last episode discussed what the inside of the property he owned. This was where Ashley was living and paying rent to him. That Garrett had taken apart the plumbing in the bathroom and had inserted larger PCP piping. He had the bathroom lined with plastic, and he had a hacksaw. Kevin and Ashley both swear that Garrett was going to kill her and cut her up. And when I confronted Garrett about those statements, his response to me was, they're liars. The bathroom was in disarray because I am a carpenter and I was remodeling the bathroom.
Carpenter by puppy.
Travis. Hi, Travis. If you want to come up, let me know. I'll give you the link. Travis says, in Texas, a family violence that involves obstruction of breathing is also an automatic felony. You would think so. And a felony 6 is not a very high charge, I wouldn't think. Felony 6?
Strangulation is in the world of domestic violence counseling and stuff. Once it gets to strangulation for a victim, she is in critical state. She's there's like different stages of it, and once you have someone has put their hands around your neck and applied pressure, that you're in another danger zone. It's very severe. And here in California, we also have special circumstances for strangulation as well.
Mm-hmm. And you know, and I think in this situation, it was really at the end of January. It was a real freaking eye opener for her. Like this, you know, you got to understand that Garrett to this point had not been accused of murdering anyone, but she, you know, women who are in abusive relationships will make excuses for the person that they're with, not only to themselves, but to their family members. And I know that when she made the decision to leave Indiana and go to Florida and get clean, I truly believe that in her brain, she thought, you know, this was making her stronger. And I think it did. But when she came back, because her son was here and Garrett was just getting out of the work release program, you know, I don't know what made her think that things were going to be different, especially in that environment there in Delphi. But she realized very quickly that, oh, this is not going to work. And at that point, you know, you get to a point like with my sister, you get to a point where you tend to burn bridges with your family members. You know, my sister did a lot of stupid things that pissed me off to the point where I was like, okay, I'm done. I can't help you if you don't want to help yourself.
My mom said that exact thing to me. Dude, I can't help you if you're not going to leave. Like, I can't help you.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of in the situation where Ashley was. She had put herself in a position to where everybody around her was like, "Girl, do you not see who he is and what he is?" And she was like, "Yeah, but he loves me, I think." And
My mom said it was like dealing with a drug addict.
yes. Yeah, well, then you add meth into all of that in this situation, and you are fighting a losing battle.
Yeah.
And Ashley admits all of that. She admits all of that.
My mom said that, like, I was, you know, a decent kid and everything, but that was like her putting her kid through rehab. And like when I showed up at her door, just like beat up, and with Madison beat up, she said that she had no choice but to take me in, but she wanted to kick my ass. Like, just, you know, what the hell? You show up on my doorstep all of a sudden, and like now all of this is my problem. You know what I mean? And you're beat up, your kid's beat up. Like, what are we gonna do? What if he shows up here? Like, it was bad.
Well, and you know, the thing is like with this situation here, after the initial charges and the arrest of Garrett, he got out less than 10 days. And then he violated the restraining order twice. And he was let go. So I think in Ashley's mind, and I honestly don't think that at that point in time, she knew he was a threat to her. That if he lost his temper to a certain point with her, that he could really, he could possibly kill her. I don't believe that Garrett had showed her signs to that point, how far he was really willing to go. And I don't think that she saw that until the night that Nicole died. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a new member. And that's not me. I mean, I'm not going to make excuses for Ashley. Her family won't make excuses for her. Her family loves her dearly. They wanted her to be away from Garrett for a long time. They actually never wanted her to get back with Garrett when she came back from Florida. In all of that, That doesn't make her a murderer, and it doesn't make her involved in the things that were going on outside of her knowledge that created this situation with Nicole. So we've read through the Carroll County arrest record. And let me see here. I just want to make sure we get I know in here. So we have, okay, so these right here are the restraining order violations that Garrett signed. One of them, him acknowledging, and then the other, that Nick McClelland supported vacating. And if you look at the date up here in the far right-hand corner, it says October 22nd, 2020. As of October 22nd, 2020, there had been no hearing where Garth or Kurtz were present to discuss this case. What this filing over here is Nick McClelland saying, well, I think Garrett Kurtz is hemmed up. Do you see it says, come now, the state of Indiana, and moves the court to vacate the no contact order in the case issued on January 1st, 22nd of 2019. Doesn't give you a reason why the state of Indiana is moving to vacate the order. It doesn't list in here that the order was violated twice the month after it was issued. And it doesn't provide you any information or hearings that led up to their decision in vacating the order. If you go to Garrett Kurtz's My Case filing in this 2019 F6 strangulation case, and you look at these restraining orders, there are at least 4 transport orders implemented. This is while Garrett is in Newton County being held on charges for Nicole Bowen, that he's supposed to be transported back to Carroll County for this case right here, that those transport orders were set up and then canceled. And ultimately, all of this being disregarded and being canceled prevented this entire situation, this entire case from being put forth in Ashley's trial. The judge did not want to allow it in. Well, no name, you have to be convicted of it first. He was charged, but he was never convicted of this.
Isn't this where Kevin, her stepfather, asked McClelland why it was dismissed, and McClelland said because he had a right to be there or something like that?
Yes. Kevin Hinton, which is Ashley's stepdad, approached Nick McClelland. I mean, you got to remember, in this small community of 3,000 people, they all went to school together. They all know each other. Kevin Hinton approached Nick McClelland and confronted him and wanted to know why these charges were being dismissed. Now, you got to understand, Kevin Hinton owned the property. Kevin Hinton had served the eviction on Garrett. But Nick McClelland said that it was dismissed because Garrett said he had a right to be there. Okay, so let's pretend for 5 seconds that applies to Garrett being there when Ashley came home on the pretense that Garrett had just been recently evicted or asked to leave the property, but yet still felt like he had a right to the property. Ashley comes home, so he attacks her. He's arrested. He then is charged with a felony 6, and there is a no contact order issued. After the no contact order, where does anyone, including Nick McClellan, feel bound by the law to state that Garrett has any legal standing to claim he had a right to be there? Garrett could have been the lien holder on the home with a wife. And if he had violently attacked his wife and been removed from the home and she filed a restraining order, regardless to his name being on the mortgage, the deed, or anything, he could not go within X amount of feet of her. Period. Now, if I'm wrong, Travis in the chat, please set me straight. But once the restraining order is filed, the no contact order is filed, I don't give a shit where you are. There is a separation of distance that this person cannot come within contact of you. And not only was it domestic violence, he wasn't even charged with breaking and entering. Well, when we get into later on in the communication that I have with Garrett, just like within the Delphi case, there's communication from Garrett. And I mean, we all can take it for what it's worth. Garrett is a habitual liar. I think 1 out of every 20 statements that he makes, you can find truth in. But according to Garrett, the fact that the McClellans and his family were hunting buddies, and Nick McClellan's father and Garrett's grandfather were very good friends. Nick told Garrett directly, "You have nothing to worry about. I'm going to take care of it," which is right along the lines of what Ron Logan claims Nick McClellan told him. "Don't worry, I'm going to get your sentence modified." Carol Hall, was Garrett asked to leave the property or was he served papers? Good question. And I think I am safe to say he was asked to leave the property. I don't know, and I've never been provided any direct paperwork from Kevin Hitton that he was actually evicted, through the courts. But again, I'm going to follow through with saying, regardless, once he has a restraining order issued against him, I don't care where he lives or where he feels he has a right to. Once that restraining order is assigned, he has restrictions. Okay, so Travis just said that's exactly right. And there are restraining orders all the time that keep a spouse away from a home. Doesn't matter, which that doesn't make sense at all. Well, we know it doesn't make sense. However, the charges were dropped and Garrett was allowed to violate the restraining order twice and be released, which then allowed him to go on and kill his actual first victim. Okay, so Cherie,
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to, let me see here. I need to run to the restroom. We just went over the restraining order papers. I'm going to let you take over chat for just a minute. And let me see here. Here's the contact order. Oh, here's the proof that Garrett violated the no contact order twice on February 16th and February 21st. And instead of charging him with violating of the no contact order, Nick McClellan charged him with an invasion of privacy, which I believe him and Kevin again had words about. Well, okay, so Travis, look at this on Garrett's my case. So instead of charging Garrett with the violation of the no contact order, he was charged with an invasion of privacy. And Nick McClellan, at this point, that's when Nick McClellan told Kevin, it's because Garrett said he had a right to be there because he lived there. But we know based on the paperwork, he was under a no contact order. And this order was not vacated until October 22nd of 2020. Which it says violation of this order constitutes a violation of the Indiana Code, yada, 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 which could result in a revocation of bond or release on personal recognizances, which means when Garrett was originally arrested for the felony 6 strangulation, this no contact order was the result of that charge. So whatever he was facing in the felony 6 charge would then become obtainable by a prosecutor as a sentence if he violated this no contact order. But instead of charging him a violation of this contact order, he was charged with invasion of privacy. So, Cherie, take over just really quick. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we're going to move forward.
And then he looks like he breaks it again 6 days later. And again, I'm not sure whether he was charged twice or not. It looks like it, but he was still let out. So I wonder that too, Karen Hall. He's not a very good prosecutor, in my opinion. Puts away innocent people and then lets these other idiots run around and cause more death and destruction. In my opinion, allegedly. Is that what it says on there? CO Mama 23? I wouldn't be surprised. can't rush these things apparently. This reminds me of the Gabby Petito situation when they were stopped, or she was stopped with Brian Laundrie. They arrested her instead of him or something like that. And then she's the one that ends up getting killed. So infuriating. Yeah, I think you're right, Travis, that it was dismissed like a week before he took the plea or something like that. It was, in my opinion, a scheme so that they could get him to testify against Ashley and they could get her too. Hi, Toby. Actually, when we went to the post-conviction hearing, that the judge said that when this was brought up, these incidents of abuse of Ashley prior to Ray and Nicole being killed, the judge said he didn't know anything about it, but I do believe it was briefly mentioned, but not in enough detail to make an impression on the judge, I guess. Are you back?
Hold on one second.
Is that where you're from, No Name? Warsaw, Indiana? I'm not sure where that is in relation to Delphi.
Again, I do like Utah State in that 7-10 matchup, and we just have a lot of really good offensive teams here. But at the end of the day, the Cougars, I think, makes a great. Again, Mace, I don't like Sweet 16. Just in case anybody didn't hear me like I said,
Oh, okay. Now I see your other post. You have the same system in your county, huh?
All right, I'm back.
I'm glad. I'm not very good at this.
You are.
And Streets Bakerfield is back as well, and she's ready to participate.
Come back in.
Yeah.
You can't let her in?
No, I still haven't got that figured out.
I forgot I had to go get my dry cleaning before they close. It's Sunday, so it's early. And I won't have any uniforms this week if I don't pick up my dry cleaning. I'm sorry, but I'm home now in my living room.
You're fine. No, you're fine. Okay, so at this point, let's go through the timeline. Let's get back to the timeline. Hi, Kate. So we are in January. Actually, sorry, February, where Garrett violates the restraining order twice. And during the time that he violates the restraining order, the reason that he's caught violating the restraining order is because Ashley is in the process of moving out. And you have to remember that this property is owned by her stepfather and her mother. They used to live there. When Ashley moved back from Florida, they were in the process of purchasing another property, and they allowed Ashley to rent this property. So in most cases, like families do, there were some items and things that belonged to Kevin and Lori being Ashley's mom, that were left. So when Ashley made the decision to move, they all had to kind of show up and pick up their itemized items. Ashley was moving. Kevin and Lori had items there. So they were all there when Garrett showed up. And if you go back and you listen to last week when Kevin is talking about when Garrett showed up, Kevin chased him. I guess Garrett came to the back door and was attempting to walk in the house thinking that Ashley was there by herself. Garrett ran, Kevin chased him and caught him trying to leap a fence. And no, sorry, Travis, that's not Rocky talking. Rocky's downstairs. I've had to keep him out of the lives because people think he's a rogue smoke detector.
I love Rocky. We need to
I'll
teach him curse words.
I'll bring him back on one day.
I want to teach him to say "fuck their Kurtz" during your lives.
Oh my God, he says so much shit. Like I come downstairs now and he goes, "Wow," like he's
That's
mad.
not bad
Like
though. Like that's not bad. Come down the stairs.
he
and
just
have
left me
someone go,
down here.
"Wow."
Wow.
Oh, I thought it was like, "Wow, you look great."
Hippie Chick wants to know, what does Tippecanoe have a warrant out for GK still? Don't they know he's in prison now?
I'm not aware that they do. For what?
Is Tippecanoe where they got stopped? He and Nicole and
That's
Russell
white.
got stopped.
Yeah.
Is it Tippecanoe?
Yeah, it was Tippecanoe area, but I think it was Lafayette LE who actually showed up. But we're gonna go over that here in a second. But anyway, so Garrett ran, Kevin tackled him, and that was when the police were called and Garrett was charged with invasion of privacy, not violating the restraining order. So fast forward, what we do know now is that the phone that Garrett took when he broke into Ashley's house, that phone had been being used by Garrett on and off from January 20th, that day, until sometime in March. It was a phone that didn't have a service on it. It was a phone that you could like pay to have minutes put on. So the phone was used on and off during that time. When when Ray Hainish was discovered in his apartment, and after the police released the crime scene and Ray's family came in to basically collect Ray's belongings, they discovered the phone on the coffee table. That phone was stated to belong to Ashley Garth. However, that phone had been taken from Ashley back in January. It's documented in the police report. And the usage on that phone indicates that Garrett was the one who had been using that phone on and off, depending on when he was putting money on the phone to use it and whatnot. So that brings us to March 14th. So Garrett was arrested and released for violating the restraining order. He was only charged with a no contact order. Let out. During this time, and I'm going to later on when we get into further details, it's so hard to like I have this stuff all saved, and to put it into a chronological order makes it really hard. But I do have the information where Nicole was repeatedly social media wise harassing Ashley, calling her, a fat, ugly bee, and you fat, ugly bee, you're jealous of me, blah, blah, blah. Garrett, I believe at the end of February, beginning of March, posted a picture of an engagement ring, claiming that him and Nicole were engaged. So the story is pretty clear. Garrett was involved in a relationship with Nicole. And a lot of people want to speculate that Garrett was involved with Ashley and Nicole. And you can think what you want. However, it doesn't really make sense. Number one. Number two, Garrett and Nicole were staying over at the Palladino property. And it's kind of a one-sided street. And when you listen to Ashley's interrogation video, when we get to that point, you're going to hear Detective Rowe, when he is discussing the situation with Ashley, he proclaims to her, we've seen her Facebook, she thinks she's a badass. So this wasn't a situation where Ashley was the antagonist. This was a situation where I think Nicole knew that her and Garrett's relationship wasn't as solid as she wanted it to be. And he was still attempting to not only be with her, but maintain control of Ashley. While
On
Ashley was
Valentine's
trying to get
Day.
away. Huh?
On Valentine's Day on Garrett Kurt's Facebook, he posted a picture of him and Ashley together and was like, I miss you. And his birthday was the week before, and he did the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And
So
when
Nicole had to assume.
right, and when you go into his Facebook posts after, right here, the second one over from the left, from Kurtz, he says,
Is that the one where he says cement boots?
no, this is him talking about Ashley. I can't help, this is him telling me, he's arguing with me about Ashley. I can't help you rationalize a decision that you made to reach out to me, nor can I rationalize what happened with Nicole. It's messed up. However, I can tell you that I wasn't sleeping with Ashley at the time when everything was going on with Nicole. The night it happened was the first time I had been around Ashley in about 3 weeks. So that, again, reiterates what Ashley has been saying. They had not been around each other. She was not his girlfriend. However, she fucked herself when she walked into the Lafayette Police Department and said she was. But her explanation for that now was, I didn't know where Garrett was. I didn't know if he had been arrested. I didn't know where anybody was. So I wasn't going to go in there and throw anybody under the bus and get killed. So you can take that for what it's worth.
She had just watched Garrett kill Nicole under like the direction of Talitha and Jason Palladino. She didn't know who else was out there. Because didn't Garrett tell her that Jason said she had to go?
Not until after the fact. She didn't know about any of that until after the fact. All she knew is that we'll get to that. I'm going to try to keep this in order. So Garrett violates the restraining orders. He's let out. And then the next thing that we have documented is the Lafayette police report from March 14th, when Garrett is pulled in Ray's vehicle. So it's Lafayette Police Department, but this actually took place in Tippecanoe County. So this is just basically the records department certifying that the records that they're sending me are correct. And this is the overview of the incident report. It's got the location of where the incident was, where it occurred, which was, let's see here. 999 South 4th Street, Bombarding Avenue in Lafayette. Basically, Garrett was pulled over because he was making a right-hand turn. He made the right-hand turn without a turn signal, and he ran up over the curb. So it's Garrett Kurtz in the vehicle. Garrett Kurtz lies about his name. He initially gives the name of his brother, and the police pull up his brother's information, and they realize immediately, okay, dude, you're lying. And Nicole was in the passenger seat. She admittedly gave her name, and then Kyle Stout was in the back seat. So this is all of the identification reports. Down here at the very bottom, it says items found in the vehicle is an unlawful possession of a syringe, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine. So these are, she was arrested. She had 3 warrants for her arrest at the time of this stop. So it says, today while on duty in full uniform, I was assigned to the street crimes unit and marked SUV number 17-2. While on duty, I assisted Sergeant Withers, Lieutenant 36, on his traffic stop at South 4th Street, Central Street. Upon arrival, he informed me that the driver was lying about their identity and requested we separate the mail. I assisted Officer McCain, 406, with having the driver exit, and he was detained in handcuffs. The other occupants were asked to exit the car, and I patted the backseat passenger, Kyle Stout, for weapons, and none were found. I was requested that I utilize my canine partner, Rocky, to perform a free air sniff around the exterior of the car. I retrieved Rocky from my SUV, and we started at the front of the car, progressing around it counterclockwise. Rocky showed a change in behavior at the front passenger door and finalized. This indicated that the odor of an illegal narcotic was emanating from inside the car. I returned Rocky to my SUV and explained the canine alert to the occupants. While searching where Nicole Bowen, the front seat passenger, was seated, I located paraphernalia pipe, commonly known as a bubble, under her seat near the front edge. Inside the pipe was a burnt residue that appeared to be methamphetamines. Inside her purse, I located a digital scale, a hypodermic needle. The items were photographed and seized. I did not locate anything else illegal. I was informed that some suspected methamphetamine was found on Bowen. I completed a LPD vehicle inventory on my body worn cam and secured the car. I transported the suspect. Where'd I go? Okay, I just switched pages and now I'm lost. Said he transported the suspect. So I guess that was the end of that paragraph. On this next page, it says, on the above date and time, I, Officer Luke, was dispatched to South 4th Street and Central Street to assist SCU. When I arrived, Sergeant Withers stated a female, identified as Nicole Bowen, had methamphetamine concealed on her. Sergeant Wither and I escorted Nicole to the restroom. I took Nicole out of the handcuffs. Nicole reached into the front of her underwear and retrieved a small baggie of methamphetamine. I took control of the baggie. I handed Sergeant Withers the baggie. I placed Nicole back in handcuffs, which were properly spaced and double locked. Sergeant Withers escorted Nicole back to the SCU's patrol vehicles, and I cleared the scene. This is a different officer. On the above date and time, Sergeant Withers, number 36, was on patrol in full uniform and driving unmarked unit 18-10. I was traveling southbound on South 3rd Street, approaching Cosset Street, when I observed a blue Pontiac G6, license plate 832WY, which was Ray Hanish's vehicle. This vehicle turned east onto Cosset Street from South 3rd Street, and the driver failed to signal 200 feet. I estimated that the driver signaled for 50 feet or less. The Pontiac then turned south onto South 4th Street, again failing to signal within 200 feet. Further, when the Pontiac turned right, the driver ran over the curb. I initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle as it pulled into the Village Pantry parking lot at 1008 South 4th Street. The vehicle was occupied by 3 subjects. I asked the driver for his driver's license, but he said that his wallet was not with him. He identified himself as Gavin S. Kurtz. He said his date of birth was blank. The front seat passenger was identified as Nicole Bowen, and the rear passenger was identified as Kyle Stout. I asked them where they were headed, and the driver said they were driving to Valero's to buy chicken. Officer McCain was on scene, and he remained at the vehicle while I walked back to my car. I ran a driver's license check on Gavin Kurtz, and I looked at the photo. This male was definitely not the driver. Gavin was also listed as being 270 pounds, and the driver weighed less than that. Officer McCain and Officer Shutter had the driver exit the vehicle, and he was detained. He was questioned about his real identity. He admitted to being Garrett Kurtz, and he lied because he thought he had a probation warrant. Okay, let me remind everybody who's listening to this, he's out on bond for an F6 strangulation out of Carroll County. He's out on bond not once, but twice for invasion of privacy, aka violating a no contact order. Now he's being caught driving a vehicle where he has no driver's license, insurance, that also houses illegal drugs. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it. I ran a driver's license check. Yeah. I ran a driver's license check on Gavin Kurtz, and I looked at the photo. The male was identified not to be the driver. Gavin was also listed as being 270 pounds, and the driver weighed less than that. Officer McCain and Officer Shutter had the driver exit the vehicle, and he was detained. He was questioned about his real identity. He admitted to being Garrett Kurtz, and he lied because he thought he had a probation violation. A BMV return indicated that Garrett's driving status was suspended infraction. I had Nicole exit the vehicle. I don't know why that doesn't follow through with what came next, but then the next page says possession of a syringe and possession of paraphernalia. Officer McCain interviewed Garrett after reading him the Miranda warning, and he denied ever giving the meth to Nicole. Officer McCain transported Garrett to the jail, and he was arrested for false informing. I issued Garrett a citation for DWS infraction and warning for failure to signal. Kyle left the scene on foot. I completed the vehicle impound form while Officer Shutter completed the inventory. Jim's garage arrived on scene to tow the Pontiac. Officer Shutter took possession of the suspected meth. It weighed 1.87 grams in the bag, and the field test was positive. It was placed in a plastic sleeve, heat sealed, and affixed with an evidence tag. It was then inside of locker 037. So, what I will tell you is when you call Lafayette about this situation, you will be told that the car was impounded and taken to the police impound lot. You will also be told that Garrett and Nicole were both obtained and arrested, and they both with previous warrants, previous cases open on them, they were both given a bond of $250 each. And they both bonded out that night. Travis, what did you say? Just trying to double check with the chat.
He was, I don't know where you are at, but he was asking what you were saying about Ashley didn't know until after the fact, and I thought it was about.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
So everything, guys, everything that we just discussed, everything that from the time that Garrett was arrested for violating the restraining order, there was no contact between him and Ashley. So this arrest report that I just went over between Garrett, Nicole, and Kyle Stout, Ashley had no knowledge of this. This happened in Tippecanoe, and the arrest went through with the Lafayette Police Department on March 14th, 2019. March 14th. Write that down. The last violation of Garrett's restraining order in Carroll County, I believe, was what, February 16th? Is that what that was? Oh, I'm sorry, February 21st. The first one was on the 16th, then February 21st. So right here on the screen, his invasion of privacy that he was let out on, which was technically a no contact order violation, was on February 21st. He was then arrested on February 14th in the G6 Pontiac with Nicole Bowen and Kyle Stout. So Ashley is not aware of that. I don't think anyone around Ashley was aware of that situation at all. I don't know who was involved. I don't know who was there. But the timeline right here, suspect in Kitland torture murder case tied to a strangulation death weeks earlier, 2 counties away. Family of Ray Hainish first were told he died of natural causes. The death certificate now says homicide. Prosecutor says Garrett Kurtz, suspect in Nicole Bowen's murder, is connected in some way. So Garrett, Nicole, and Kyle, well, Kyle was let go on foot. They were arrested on March 14th. March 17th, which is a Saturday, Ray Hainish's body is found in his apartment, staged, tied to the bed, ligatures around his neck, a gag in his mouth, and sex toys strewn about. There's over 200 of items of evidence in the apartment that were collected, between fingerprints, beer cans, hot bottles, ashtrays, cigarette butts, Solo cups, etc., etc., etc. Ray's apartment was in complete disarray, according to his family. His family claimed that Ray was a neat freak, and within a day or two before this disappearance, he was in the process of spring cleaning. Yet, when the apartment was released to the family, they said it was in disarray. They're the ones who also found this random cell phone on the coffee table. That's March 17th that Ray is found. Mind you, Garrett was pulled over in Ray's vehicle on the 14th. So we are going to go to Detective Janke deposition, because Detective Janke's deposition, he is the detective for the White County, which is where this homicide occurred, it was actually in Reynolds, but it's considered White County. Detective Janke was one of the lead investigators on the case, and this is his deposition that was taken by Ashley's attorney in her post-conviction relief. Now, you guys all need to understand one thing. This whole entire case, this whole thing, was never permitted in Ashley's trial. This man's death, the fact that Nicole and Garrett were a couple, an intimate couple, none of that was ever brought into Ashley's trial. So we're gonna go through this as quick as possible and read it. Then we're gonna take a quick intermission, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna start part 3. Who wants to read with me?
I
You
can.
read with her. I'm like switching laundry over and stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so Cherie, we'll do what we did last time. You can be, let's try to go through this quick. So you can do the question and I'll do the answer.
Okay. Start now.
Yep.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes.
Is she
Eric
there?
Matthew Janke.
And how do you spell your last name?
Yes, my last name is Janke, and my first name is Eric, Erik.
Court reporter, is Matthew with 1 T or 2?
It's 2 T's.
What's your occupation?
I am currently the sergeant over the detectives at the White County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
I became a detective in 2019, and then I was promoted to a sergeant over investigations, I believe, in 2020. I was a detective in 2019, was when I first took that position. So,
How long have you been with the White County Sheriff's Department?
17 years.
Do you have any other law enforcement experience prior to that?
After being duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. What is this? Wait a minute. I just
You can't see 23 through 25. I can't see it anyway because you got a post there.
Oh, that's crazy.
And then you can, well, if you can move Travis's post out of the way, you might be able to see the bottom.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Sorry, guys.
So it looks
Okay,
like
so we're at 23. Wait a minute.
Okay, back a page or two. 23. Okay, it's your turn. I asked, do you have any other law enforcement experience prior to that?
No, just college education.
Did I inform you about November 7th hearing date in this case?
So, guys, the November 7th hearing date was basically the subpoena that Ashley's attorney submitted to Eric Janke to attend Ashley's November 7th hearing. And he basically responded and said that he could not attend because he was going to be on vacation. So that's what they're discussing right here. Yes, you did.
Are you available for that hearing date?
I'm not. I'll be on vacation during that time.
So are you testifying by deposition here instead of live testimony?
That's my understanding, yes.
Were you assigned to investigate the March 2019 death of Charles Ray Hanish?
Yes.
When did you start on that case?
We received the report and it was started. The investigation was on March 17th of 2019.
Okay, and what happened on March 17th of 2019?
Mr. Hanish's mother had called to report him as a missing person. Officers began trying to locate him and ultimately found him deceased inside his residence in Reynolds, Indiana.
Was anybody else assigned to investigate the case besides yourself at that point?
Yes, we had other detectives from the Indiana State Police that were assisting with the investigation, as well as crime scene techs from Indiana State Police.
Okay, who was the primary detective from the Indiana State Police?
That would be Detective A.J. Smith.
Were you in charge of the investigation or were you assisting Detective Smith?
I was assisting Detective Smith. We kind of worked hand in hand with this. At the time, I was fairly new to my appointment, so they wanted to kind of allow me the opportunity to learn with another detective.
All right. Were you present for the autopsy in this case?
I was not present.
Okay. Would you have received a copy of the autopsy report in the course of this investigation?
Yes, it would have been part of the case file.
Okay. Would you have relied on that report as part of your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to mark or have marked an exhibit copy of the autopsy report. Ms. Goddard, who is the prosecutor, and I would just object on the basis that there's no foundation that's been laid for this exhibit. Mr. Pinow, who is Ashley's attorney, I'm going to go ahead and show him the report.
Petitioner's Exhibit 1 is presented over objection.
Was Dr. Sozio the forensic pathologist on this case?
So for those of you who are listening, Dr. Sozio, who's the forensic pathologist in the Ray Hainish case, was also the forensic pathologist who testified in Ashley's case via Zoom. At that time, yes, that was my understanding. I know he'd been involved with some other investigations that I was working during that time frame.
Okay. Did he, was the manner of death considered a homicide?
Yes, that was my understanding of what I was advised.
Okay. When you investigated the case, was there any question that it was a homicide or not?
I think early on it was unknown if it was a homicide or an accidental death. That was part of the investigation to kind of make a determination. It was not, from an investigator's standpoint, it did not appear that it was of natural causes.
Okay.
Or at least there was a suspicion that it wouldn't have been of natural causes. There was enough speculation or concern there.
Was the cause of death listed on the autopsy report?
I believe so, yes. I'm trying to recall if it's on here or if it's on the death certificate.
Okay, if you look at pages 1, 2, and 5, it should have cause of death there.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, it appears that it says ligatures around neck, bilateral wrists, and then line 5 talks about single ligature horizontal around the neck with no internal neck injury or hemorrhage. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I think that was for you. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, when you did the investigation, was the autopsy report cause of death consistent with what you found in the investigation?
Yes, I would say so. It was consistent with what we observed, and as we gathered more information and continued that way.
Okay, what was the listed height and weight of the decedent in the case? I think it's actually on page 4.
Page 4. It appears that this document references that body has a height of 68 inches and a weight of 170 pounds.
Was that consistent with your investigation in the case?
That would appear consistent with what I saw of his body. I am not familiar with his actual height or weight, but that would be consistent with what I observed.
Okay, when did you actually start working on the investigation of the case?
When we received the call that night on the 17th, once the body was located, that's when we started right away with the investigation, beginning to have the actual scene examined by a crime scene technician. We also started interviewing people and the following up of the information we were given.
Okay, did you have a person of interest or a suspect at that point?
Early on in the investigation, we were being given different people that are associates, things of that nature. But what had happened was because he was reported as a missing person, he was entered into the IDACS NCIC database. What we were advised is that they received what's called a late hit or response. So basically what happened, from my understanding, is that when they entered this individual's information, it searches their system, and then we are notified that his license plate had been run in Tippecanoe County on the 14th. What we found out is that Mr. Hainish's vehicle was involved in a traffic stop in Lafayette, Indiana, and there were 3 occupants in the vehicle at the time. One being Garrett Kurtz, second being Nicole Bowen, and the third being Kyle Stout. So those were all 3 people of interest that we wanted to try and locate and speak to.
Okay. Did you speak to Nicole Bowen?
We did not.
Okay. Was there a reason you did not speak with Nicole Bowen?
She ended up, she was killed over here in Newton County, and I'm not sure on the exact time frame, but she was killed over here, and we weren't able to speak with her.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Stout?
Yes.
What information did he provide?
When we made contact with Mr. Stout, he talked about being in Carroll County and coming in contact with Nicole Bowen and Garrett Kurtz down there. They were discussing going to Lafayette. Mr. Stout was interested in going there. Was at the time we were advised that Mr. Kurtz had a different vehicle he was driving. Mr. Stout wasn't sure he was going to fit in the car because it was small. During this time, what was ended up being Mr. Hanish's vehicle arrived there in Carroll County area, and they ended up taking the vehicle to Lafayette. Mr. Stout talked about stopping and buying, I believe, a 6-pack of alcohol. They continued into Lafayette and ultimately were stopped by the local law enforcement. Mr. Stout was not arrested and was allowed to walk away and leave the scene.
Did Mr. Stout provide any information about Ray Hanish's homicide?
No, he did not.
Did you speak with Garrett Kurtz?
Yes.
And when did you first meet with Garrett Kurtz?
I believe it was in April of 2019. I can't reference the actual date if you'd like me to.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Did he agree to speak with you at that point?
Yes, on our first conversation, he did.
Okay. What did he tell you about the case?
Okay, well, in our initial contact with Mr. Kurtz over here in Newton County, he originally denied knowing Mr. Hanish. Denied. We talked to him about a television because that was the theory that we had early on in the investigation, that Mr. Hanish's residence was missing a television. Mr. Kurtz denied that he was ever trying to sell a television. And he originally tried to say that Miss Bowen's uncle was the owner of that vehicle. As we talked to him further, he did advise that he knows Mr. Hanish, stated that he'd been at his residence. He stated that another subject by the name of Billy Isom was there and present, and that Mr. Hanish had wanted to do some bondage sexual activity. Mr. Kurtz stated that he had sexual activity with Mr. Hanish, but did not do the bondage, and that he then left and borrowed Mr. Hanish's car. Mr. Kurtz said that he contacted Mr. Hanish the next morning to make sure he could still use the car, basically, and that Mr. Hanish had said that he could. So that was kind of the initial information that he was advising, that this Mr. Billy Isom was present and possibly had been involved in some sort of sexual activity, possibly with bondage.
Okay. Did you speak with Billy Isom?
Yes, we did.
Sorry.
Billy,
What did he have to say about the homicide? Wait a minute. You said, okay. And yes,
What
I
did you-
did. Sorry. Number 23. Yes, I did. Sorry.
What did he have to say about the homicide?
Mr. Isom advised that he knew both subjects, was familiar with both subjects,
I bet
Has
you
been
he
in-
was.
has been involved with both subjects individually, but not together. He denied any involvement or knowledge.
At that point, did either Garrett Kurtz or Isom mention that Nicole Bowen was present when the sexual activities were occurring?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. What information do you have on when Ray Hanish had last been seen alive?
So on March 13th, now remember, Garrett, Nicole, and Kyle Stout were caught in Ray's car on the 14th. So this is the day before. On March 13th is the day that the investigation appears to show that he was last alive or last seen and had last had activity on his cell phone, March 13th. He was observed in the Reynolds gas station in the morning hours. It was after 10 a.m. I'm not positive off the top of my head what the time frame was, but it was after 10 a.m. He was in there purchasing alcohol. He'd been in there twice on that day. First time earlier in the morning, and the second time he came in and purchased alcohol after 10 a.m. And then we obtained cell phone records from him. And the activity on the phone, as far as outgoing activity, also concluded on that date, on March 13th.
Did his phone records coincide with any phone calls to Garrett Kurtz?
There were a large number of text messages that we identified Mr. Kurtz's cell phone number.
Okay, what in general did those text messages show as far as the investigation?
Okay, and just to clarify, I don't recall if there were phone calls to that phone number. Just to answer your question that you asked a moment ago, I can't recall that off the top of my head. But I know that the text messages were something we focused on with the investigation. So what we did see is we kind of saw an activity, a time frame for a while on that day, on March 13th. And it kind of starts with those two making contact with each other and discussing Mr. Kurtz to Mr. Hanish's residence. Ultimately, Mr. Hanish picks up Garrett in Carroll County, we believe to be in the Carroll County area, and brings him back to the Reynolds area, back to the house. During that time frame, as the day kind of progressed, we start seeing messages that are sexual in nature. And Mr. Hanish is sending some out to other individuals, but ultimately, we noticed that what appears is that he and Mr. Kurtz are sending messages back and forth, and they talk about bondage and sexual bondage. And they make reference, Mr. Kurtz makes reference to it being a fantasy of his to tie people up as far as that's concerned. That's also referenced as to a methamphetamine, shooting up methamphetamine. Mr. Kurtz refers to it, I believe, as edge choking, as far as the sexual aspect of it. And he talks about doing that and having done that in the past.
Before Kurtz and Hanish got together, did you have any indication they had previously had any kind of relationship? I mean, was there any indication that prior to the 13th they had been involved with each other?
I cannot recall anything specific right now, but there was indication they knew each other and were familiar with each other. I don't recall any specific dates or anything where they may have been together or anything like that, but I do recall that it seemed like they knew each other and were comfortable with each other.
Okay, was Kurtz a family member of Hanish?
Not that I'm aware of.
In the course of your investigation, did you have any indication that Nicole Bowen was related to or knew Hanish?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you involved in the investigation of Nicole Bowen's death in Newton County?
I was not involved. I was aware of it. There were some communication with investigation over here just regarding some information that may have that might pertain to our investigation with Mr. Hanish, but I was not involved directly with their investigation.
You indicated during prior testimony that Garrett or that Kurtz was actually said he was borrowing Ray Hanish's car.
Correct. He made the statement in our very first interview with him.
Okay, and I'm going to have marked as an exhibit the City of Lafayette police report.
That's the same report that we just got done reading.
I'm going to show you page 4 of the exhibit and ask you to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Does the license plate on the police report in that exhibit, is that consistent with, actually the same as the license plate to Ray Hanish's vehicle?
I would have to confirm the license plate. I know the 2008 Pontiac G6 is accurate.
Okay.
I don't remember the license plate off the top of my head, though.
You have it in a readily available source you can consult?
I think so. I think that I believe that I have it in my notes if you'd like me to check real quick.
Okay.
Yes, in my original and in the call log from our original report, it references our target, one of our target vehicles as being 832 William Young, and that's registered to Mr. Hanish. It's a 08 Pontiac.
Okay. At some point, did you take the case to the White County prosecutor?
Yes, correct.
And who was the White County prosecutor at that time?
Originally, the prosecutor was Robert Guy when this first took place.
And when did you first take the case to the White County prosecutors? Something he could potentially charge?
I'm not sure on the actual date that it was submitted to the prosecutor's office.
All right. Well, was that when Robert Guy was the prosecutor?
Yes, I believe so, from what I recall. I recall having conversations with Mr. Guy regarding the investigation.
All right. Did he bring charges against Kurtz for the murder of Ray Hanish?
He did not.
Did he subsequently retire as prosecutor?
Yes, correct.
Was a new prosecutor elected to take office in White County?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Mark Delgado. And let me stop there briefly. So Robert Guy is the prosecutor who initially allowed it to be put out into the public that Ray Hanish's death was natural causes for almost 6 months. Even though he was found tied to his bed, gagged with ligatures and all kind of nefarious things, he allowed the public and the family to believe that Ray died of natural causes. Then he stepped down and Mark Delgado took office as the prosecutor. However, prior to Mark Delgado becoming the White County prosecutor, Mark Delgado was a defense attorney in White County. And after Ashley got caught up in the Nicole Bowen case, Ashley's grandmother paid Mark Delgado a retainer as a private attorney, not a public defender, but as a private attorney to represent Ashley. He took the retainer, and then weeks later, after he knew he was about to become prosecutor, he sent an associate in to the prison to tell Ashley, "We're sorry, we cannot handle your case. There's a conflict of interest." And then shortly after that, they found out that Mark Delgado was becoming the prosecutor of White County. There's more alphabet soup for your alphabet soup. So that was Mark Delgado, line 8, Cherie.
Was that in 2023? Does that sound right?
That sounds correct. I'm not positive on the year, but that sounds correct.
What happened with the investigation once Mark Delgado became the prosecutor?
Once he became the prosecutor, we discussed the investigation. Ultimately, it was taken to a grand jury.
Did you testify in front of a grand jury?
I did.
Were there other witnesses? Did other witnesses testify in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
All right. Did Detective A.J. Smith testify in front of the grand jury?
I was not present, but yes, he was present in the courthouse and I observed him and I believe he testified.
All right. Was Garrett Kurtz then charged with the murder of Ray Hainish?
Correct.
Was he also charged with auto theft and theft?
I recall the auto theft. I don't recall the theft off the top of my head, but I do recall the auto theft.
Okay. What was the basis for the auto theft charge?
So the auto theft would have been related to Mr. Hainish's vehicle, just due to the investigation. I believe because it appeared that he had taken it after Mr. Hainish had passed away.
Okay. After you first talked with Garrett Kurtz, had you tried to interview him a second time?
Correct.
And what happened when was that second time?
I believe that was also around April of 2019. I'd have to confirm my notes, but it was after the original conversation. We attempted to interview him again, and he elected to speak with an attorney.
Okay. Was he already in custody in Newton County at that point?
Yes, he was.
Was he in custody the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
Was anybody else charged with the murder of Ray Hainish?
No.
Was anybody else charged with auto theft?
No.
To your knowledge, had anybody from law enforcement talked with Nicole Bowen from the time she was with Kurtz when they were stopped in Lafayette up until the time of her death?
The only interaction with law enforcement that I would be aware of would be the interaction of the traffic stop in Lafayette when she was at the scene and was also arrested. And that's from the information I was given from the Lafayette Police Department.
Okay, what was she arrested for?
My understanding was possession of methamphetamine.
Okay, do you know if she had given a statement?
I don't know that.
If Nicole Bowen had still been alive in April of 2019, would you have talked to her as part of the investigation into Ray Hainish's homicide?
Yes, that would have been one of the people that we would have tried to make contact with and speak with.
Okay, because she was in the car with Kurtz?
Yes, sir. Just like Mr. Stout.
Was there any other information that you had that indicated she had knowledge beyond being in the car with Kurtz?
No, sir, not at that time.
Did you subsequently interview Kurtz again after, the second time he basically asked to speak to a lawyer? Did you subsequently interview him again?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
I believe that was also in April. I can reference the notes if you'd like me to give those exact dates.
Yes, please.
Okay. For reference, the first interview with Mr. Kurtz was on April 4th of 2019. So Garrett, let me just take a side note. Garrett was initially arrested by the police in Nicole's car that he tried to break through a barricade in Nicole's car on April 1st. So Garrett's very first arrest and interrogation in the Nicole Bowen murder was April 1st. April 4th was his second. And when you listen to the second interrogation of Garrett Kurtz, at the very end, you're going to hear Detective Rowe state, "We have other detectives here to speak with you." Those had to be these detectives. So he says, okay, for reference, the first interview with Mr. Kurtz was April 4th of 2019. The second interview attempt was April 11th. That was when he chose to speak with an attorney. And then April 26th of 2019 was the third interview with Mr. Kurtz. All three were in Newton County. We do not have the April 26th interview.
Okay, did he agree to speak at that point?
Yes.
What did he tell you at that point?
So during the conversation, he initially stated, referencing another individual by the name of Andy Alcorn, I believe it is how it's pronounced. He talked about him being the one with the cell phone. So Garrett is claiming that Andy Alcorn is the one using, I believe, Ray Hanish's cell phone. He talked about him being the one with the cell phone. Oh, hold on. And as we continue to talk, he ended up admitting to being present at the time Mr. Hanish died. He talks about Mr. Hanish basically going limp and not responding, and how he panicked and didn't know what to do and left the scene. When asked about the television, he stated that it was that he and Mr. Hanish had made an arrangement or an agreement to make the television, to trade the television for meth. And that was why Mr. Kurtz took it after Mr. Hanish's death. Is basically to settle the debt, is the way I took it from his explanation. He took it to an individual by the name of Shane Roberts, which I've spoke to, and gave it to him for a methamphetamine debt. He states he did not receive any money. Go ahead.
Once Kurt was charged in 2023, did he make any further statements to you or other police officers?
He did not make any further statements to me. There was an incident in the White County Jail where he was speaking to a corrections officer and made reference to this case. However, I did not speak with him personally regarding that.
Okay, what correctional officer did he speak with?
I have it in my notes. Can I reference that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so at the time it was Correction Officer William Cottrell.
Okay, did he make incriminating statements?
Let me reference my notes. Just to recall exactly how he was having a conversation regarding another correction officer in the White County Jail. My notes in my report indicate that he makes reference to this case. He was currently in White County Jail for the Ray Hanish case. He tells Officer Cottrell that I can't leave the room. And he makes the statement, that dude that I killed, it looks gay, blah, blah, blah. This right here is why my original part 2 was deleted, by the way. So I almost forgot. So he says, I can't leave the room. And he makes a statement that dude, unalived, it looks, LGBTQ. That dude assaulted me when I was a kid, tied me to a bed and assaulted me. So I did what he did to me. And then he continues to talk about another incident involving a female corrections officer in the investigation in that part.
Okay, was the case coming up for trial on Kurtz?
I don't believe it was coming up for trial. It was going through the process.
Okay, had the jail
Sorry.
Had the jail officer been listed as a potential witness against Kurtz?
I don't know about that.
Okay, did you have other evidence against Kurtz such as jail phone calls or letters he had written?
I don't recall any jail phone calls that we had that were directly related to this. During most of the investigation, he was incarcerated over here. He came over to our facility once the charges were filed over there, and I don't recall there being any incriminating jail calls that we located. I was provided a partial letter by Talitha Beckley and her attorney, and that was stated to have been sent by Mr. Kurtz to her. But other than that, I don't recall any jail calls or chirps or anything like that that's specifically related to the investigation.
On the letter to Talitha Beckley, when roughly did that letter show up for you?
For me, I'll reference my notes if that's okay, just to make sure that I get my dates correct. Okay, I met with Miss Beckley and her attorney on March 23rd of 2021. March 23rd of 2021.
Okay, so the letter would have been sometime before that.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, did the letter say anything incriminating about the Ray Hainish homicide?
Yeah. So what I was provided when I met with them, they provided me a picture, if you will, of what I was told was a partial of a letter that was sent. And they alleged that it was sent from Mr. Kurtz to Talitha. And it makes reference in there, and I'm summarizing, but it makes reference in there to his DNA being found on the body in Reynolds. He talks about how not to believe everything she's hearing, and makes references to in the letter he makes statements about a brother of his and a child being molested, and they went and took care of it, and they raped the subject and strangled him and made it look like a assault encounter. And that was what was kind of referenced directly to our investigation.
From your knowledge, who was Talitha Beckley to Kurtz?
Oh my God, this makes me so angry. My understanding of in conversation I had with her is she had dated or was involved with Mr. Kurtz's father when Garrett, was younger. So Garrett, from her description, kind of perceives her as a mother figure. Somebody he cares about, somebody that tries to take care of him from time to time and help him
A
out.
mother figure from a. Oh, are you guys still reading? Sorry.
Yes.
And say a mother figure from a Greek tragedy.
This
What-
makes me so mad. How stupid. Go ahead, Cherie.
Was she in custody when you talked with her?
She was not in custody. I don't believe she was in custody at that time. She came to the White County Sheriff's Department and was in civilian clothes, so I don't recall her being in custody. I know she was actively going through a case over here because they made reference to that. No, she wasn't in custody. She was being subpoenaed to testify at Ashley's trial, and she thought Garrett was going to tell on her. So she wanted to kind of set the groundwork for, if he tells on me, I came to you first with what I know. But go ahead.
Okay, she'd been charged in Newton County?
That was the reference that they made. That was my understanding. Like, he didn't know Talitha Beckley was charged with the murder of Nicole Bowen. He didn't know that.
All right. Did you know that she'd been charged in? Oh, I guess, did I? All right. Did you know that she had been charged with what she had been charged with in Newton County?
I do not, sir.
What other major pieces of evidence did you have to implicate Garrett Kurtz in the homicide of Ray Hainish?
The major pieces, for the most part, would be the text message conversations, as far as that's concerned. His being located with the vehicle and the text messages. Detective Smith had also obtained some Facebook messages. Most of what we located with that was related to the television, and a few things stating that he was in Reynolds, stuff like that, kind of putting him in the area at the time. But that was kind of the primary pieces of evidence that we had from my recollection.
Did Kurtz end up pleading guilty to the murder of Ray Hainish?
Yes, correct.
Was anybody else prosecuted in that case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is the investigation into the Ray Hainish homicide, is it over with at this point?
I would consider it to be at this point without any new information, which we've not had any since that time.
I don't have any further questions at this point.
So now we are going to go into cross-examination by Mrs. Goddard, which is very quick. So go ahead, Cherie, do the questioning.
Just a couple of quick questions. What is edge choking?
So based on the way he talks about it and kind of my understanding is it's something that's kind of, and not necessarily heard that term before. I've heard it called like autoerotic asphyxiation. But from what he talked about, he kind of describes it in his messages with Mr. Hainish as basically take him to where he passes out. So they actually choke someone to where they pass out and then they wake up. And when they wake up, they have a feeling, a rush, something to the extreme or something along that lines. It feels good to them when they come to, is the way he describes it in his messages.
Could edge choking be accomplished with the same items as a person would use for ligature strangulation?
I would say so, yes.
And if that were the case, to the best of your knowledge, would there be any difference in the autopsy report?
To the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of it, what the difference would be.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Pinnow, I don't have any other questions at this point.
Well, I'm going to tell you what the difference is. The difference is if you are somebody involved in an erotic, edge choking, strangulation, sexual interaction, number one, there would be evidence of a sexual interaction, which there is not, number one, in the autopsy report. Number two, Garrett is lying about people being present at the apartment, people who were never charged and being involved in Ray's death. Garrett has a history of robbing, stealing, and car theft. When Garrett is picked up by Ray Hainish and taken to Ray Hainish's apartment, if there's people there, which means Garrett and Ray would need to be texting quietly back and forth under the same roof, it would be because other people were there. Who was there? Was it Nicole Bowen? Was it Kyle Stout and Nicole Bowen? Or was it these two other individuals that Garrett pointed the finger at who were never charged? Or was no one there? And this was a complete setup, like Garrett told Open Secrets it was, to rob this guy, kill him, and then stage the scene. But before he staged the scene, he threw his body in a closet and hid it, and then threw a party and had everybody over. And the text messages that went back and forth between him and Ray were done after Ray was dead, because Garrett knew he needed a backstory to say, well, we had this interaction and it was an accident and he just went limp. None of it makes sense. But
Yeah,
all
this
of
would
it says that Ashley wasn't there, wasn't involved, had no knowledge of any of this. She wasn't around for any of this, nor was she around the very next day when Garrett and Nicole and Kyle were arrested in Ray's car. So
Do you
there's
want to
that.
talk about John Castor?
Not
Maybe
yet.
kind of
No.
a good point. Oh, okay.
No, not yet. That they'll have to digest that here later on. So we have completed part 2 of Ashley's case. Tonight was supposed to be part 3, but because the reading of that deposition got me in some trouble with the YouTube policies, I needed to redo it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take like a 5-10 minute break, like an intermission. So everyone can get a drink, go potty. Then we're going to come back and we're going to start part 3. And where I'm going to pick up on part 3 is we're going to talk about what happened after the arrest in Tippecanoe County and what led up to Ashley actually being taken to Jasmine Parker's trailer.
So we're just going to mute for a few
Yeah,
minutes.
I'm not. Yeah, if I close out the live, then I have to reload all of my documents and my videos, and I don't want to do that. So everybody, just take a quick breather. I'm going to mute myself. You guys can mute yourself, and then I'm just going to run downstairs and see if dinner is ready. I haven't ate yet, and if it is, I'm going to grab a plate. Everybody who's in here right now, please hit that like and subscribe. Thank you, Kathy S. You are thebomb.com, running the chat as a mod.
I'm gonna take a shower really quick. So
Yeah, this is going to be a long live, but it needs to be done because we have, in this case, we have so much to get through. We have so many documents, we have so many interviews to get through, and we're running down to the wire that, Ashley's attorney, he should be filing her brief in his appeal at the end of this month. So everyone take a bathroom break.
I'm gonna switch over my laundry. I'm gonna take a shower, and so I don't have to wake up so early in the morning, and then I'll come back.
Okay. Well, I'm off tomorrow, so I don't have to wake up early, so I'm ready to go.
Oh,
All right, guys, take a 5-10-minute breather. We'll be right back.
Bye.
Hey, Toby. I'm back.
Did you get supper?
I did.
Good.
I'm gonna wait till we're done to take a shower.
So Toby wants to know how many local people are in here. How many local people are in here? He said he does. You don't have to tell him his name. He just wants to know how many locals are in here.
Before I forget, Jenna also had a question up above. I'll find it again. Was that possibly Kyle Smith that was arrested?
No, and it was Kyle Stout. And it was never Kyle Stout. It was Kyle Stout, based on the police report. And he was not arrested. He was let go on foot. However, there was always a question of whether it was Kyle Stout or his brother, Russell Stout. But all we have to go on is this police report.
Russell Stout is struggling right now. I'm friends with him on Facebook, and he thinks that there's he has some sort of pictures from a home surveillance system of supposedly a demon standing behind him, and he keeps posting it on Facebook. He thinks something's following him. A ghost is following him. I don't know, but something. It's almost like some Edgar Allan Poe shit.
Okay, so hey Toby, since you're in the chat, Toby, do you want to come up and we're getting ready to get into when ISP came to your house looking for Garrett, and they said they had already gone to Nicole's house. Do you want to come up and talk about that, or do you want to do it another time? I don't know what your schedule is tonight as far as work. But now that we're past the arrest, we know that Ray Hanish's body was found on March 17th. And for 6 months, it was stated that he died of natural causes. However, in the interim, his family, who gained access to his apartment, knew immediately that wasn't true, that the apartment was trashed. There was a party. There were Solo cups everywhere, ashtrays, cigarette butts, all kinds of stuff left in disarray. And they didn't understand why they were claiming that Ray's death was being ruled as natural causes. So that was March 14th. That weekend, I'm going to play an interview for you guys. The first half of the interview. That weekend, Ray's body was found on the 17th. That weekend, Garrett took Nicole out to a friend of his property and went out there and spent the night to ride horses, etc., etc. And there's 2 parts to this interview, but we're going to do the first one tonight because the second one applies later. But here is the first one. You were what? Go ahead with where you were. Here we go. Oh, give me a second. I want to make sure that this is right. The settings on this damn microphone. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
What are we going ahead with? What are you going with?
Okay, what go ahead with where you were wanting to start with how you met Garrett.
It was like 2017. And, so it's been a couple of years or whatever, not even a couple of years, whatever. Whenever this whole event happened is like the next time that I'd even heard anything from Garrett. So he hit me up and was like, wanting to know if him and Nicole could come out and ride horses with us. And I was like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever, you know. So him and Nicole show up out at my dad's house out here, and we hang out for the afternoon, ride horses. The next day, they get up and they leave, you know. So everything seemed to be cool, whatever.
So
And,
you don't remember? Okay, so in reference to that, like,
yeah.
So was it a week? Was it 2 weeks before he came back out there with Ashley, or was it within the same time frame, like within days?
I'd say it was probably, you know, because time, all that time is like runs together for me, you know. So it's just like it'd be a safe bet to be like it was a week or so later, week and a half later, something like that.
Okay.
I think, you know, like I told you before, I'm not really going to be all that useful for you on dates, and I could just tell you the events that happened, you know. So
Okay. Were they? Do you know what kind of car they were in? I think I asked you that before.
When Nicole and Garrett showed up, they was in some like little gray foreign car. I didn't pay too much attention to it, but
was it like a Scion?
Yeah, it could have been. It was like a little 2-door gray car.
Okay.
I remember the front bumper was missing on it.
Okay.
And he went into this big elaborate story of how they was going. I don't know. They was out in the country, hit a deer or whatever. It just recently happened, or I don't know. You know, the dude's so full of shit that, you know. So, but anyhow, so when I meet Nicole, you know, they leave.
What were they like with each other while they were there? What was she like?
I don't know. It's just kind of weird because she was like, "Hey, do you care if I sit in your truck?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't care." You know what I mean? So she was in the truck, and Garrett and I was in the barn, and we was getting horses saddled up, and we was, you know, getting ready to go for a ride. And then he was asking her if she wanted to go. Well, she didn't want to go with us on the horses, so she just hung out there at the truck, you know, that was pulled up by the barn. So, like, I didn't even think nothing about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, they seemed to get along. So Garrett and I went riding for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, something like that.
Uh-huh.
We got back to the barn, unsaddled the horses. They hung out the rest of the evening. The next day, you know, when daylight broke, they were like, "All right, well, we're leaving. We're heading out. Hey, thanks for having us." So they leave, and then I would say, you know, whatever, we can have 2 weeks at the most. Garrett hits me up again and wants to know if he can bring Ashley out. If him and Ashley can come and hang out. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Whatever. So him and Ashley.
So that's the first part of that interview. So what we discovered was right after the arrest of Garrett and Nicole on March 14th, on the 18th, and we know this because there were photos posted to Nicole's Facebook page of her being out in the country while Garrett was riding horses with Jeff. They were out there on the 18th and they left on the 19th. No, he's not a cousin. Jeff was just a friend of Garrett's. Garrett met Jeff in a jail, basically. And Garrett was being bullied and Jeff took him under his wing. Oh, so so hippie check, you're saying that Jeff is your cousin. Really?
Yeah, she's been saying that she knew of that story she said that in the beginning of the other one. I forgot to say something, but yeah, Hippie Chick's been in here saying she's kin to that guy.
Oh, okay. Her post said this is cousin Jeff, and I was like, I don't know who cousin Jeff is, but okay. Well, Jeff is a great guy. He really gave me a run for my money trying to get an interview with him, because he thought I was trying to contact him to help Garrett, and he was not having it. And then when I told him, hey, I'm advocating for Ashley, then he was like, okay, I'll talk to you. So during that weekend, the 17th and the 18th and the 19th, Garrett and Nicole go out to Jeff Sneath's property. When they come back, during that week, after the 19th, I don't have a date and I don't have all of the details, but something happened to where Garrett and Nicole had a major falling out. Nicole and Garrett had been staying over at the Palladino property. And pull this up here. They were staying over at the Palladino property, and I believe that based on some of the information that I've been able to gather and the information that Ashley was told, was that Garrett discovered that Nicole had basically ratted Garrett and Jason Palladino out during the arrest of March 14th with the drugs and the scale and the paraphernalia in the car. Nicole already had warrants. She already had things pending. And this kind of an arrest with more and she was trying to fight to get her kids back. This kind of an arrest would definitely create a lot of issues for her. So what she did was she basically told the police that all of the drugs, the paraphernalia, the scale, the syringe, all of that came from Garrett. And they wanted to know where Garrett got it from. What Ashley was told after all of this went down was that Nicole was killed because she was going to do a controlled buy on the Palladinos, which was who was serving basically everybody in Carroll County, Monticello, Delphi, all of those surrounding areas. They were serving them all methamphetamines. That's what Ashley was told. She said Garrett threw some papers up in her face. She wasn't able to read them. This was in the car after the death of Nicole. Ashley's crying, like, what the hell is going on? What are you doing? Yada, yada, yada. And this is what she's told. Now, mind you, she had no idea about Ray. She had no idea about the arrest in Ray's car. She had no idea about any of that. All she knew was that her and Garrett had broke up in February. Garrett had been arrested for violating the restraining order twice, and she hadn't heard from him. What she did know was the weekend of the 25th. So Garrett takes Nicole out to Jeff Sneath's property on the 18th and the 19th. They come back. You're going to hear, and I'm not going to elaborate. I'm not going to go into detail about any of that because it's all up for speculation. But in the interrogation of Garrett and Talitha, you were going to hear them discuss a argument, a situation that transpires at the Palladino compound with Nicole, Garrett, and Jason over Nicole's car keys, and Nicole being told to get off the property, and Nicole threatening them to call the police.
I think Nicole said something in that conversation out of anger.
Okay, Travis just said that would clearly be Brady, no question, in Ashley's case. Brady, and would be a reversal because motive for GK to unalive Nicole Bowen. So it's either true or another set of like by GK to run for cover. What do you mean, Travis? I understand. I know what Brady is, but what aspect of what we're talking about does that bring up Brady? Because she needs all the help she can get. My God.
You mean if the prosecutor or if the prosecutor knew about this deal that Nicole was going to do a controlled buy and that was never shared? Is that what you mean?
And see, that's what I don't know. And I know that's what Ashley doesn't know. That Nicole was going to be an informer and GK found out. Okay, so here is the reason that is key here, especially during that timing with Nicole, is because of, hold on, I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to show you. Thank you, Streets of Bakerfield, for this. So we actually have proof that this is something that Nicole has done in the past. In a case where Nicole Bowen has turned in her own husband and his father, the father of her child and his father, her father-in-law, on June 30th of 2010, Bowen's daughter-in-law, which would be Nicole, called the Delphi Police Department and informed them that she had observed Bowen and her husband smoking marijuana inside Bowen's appliance repair shop earlier that day. Okay, so you're talking about Nicole Bowen's husband and Nicole Bowen's father-in-law, who is also a Bowen, because Bowen is Nicole's maiden name or married name. That's her married name. That's not her maiden name. So it says Bowen and her husband smoking marijuana inside Bowen's appliance repair shop earlier that day. She also told the police that there were several guns inside the shop and that she had previously seen Bowen holding a gun. The police obtained a search warrant for Bowen's shop and executed that warrant on July 2nd, 2010. Pursuant to that search, the police seized various items from the shop, including guns, cash, an electronic scale, marijuana, and pills, which were later identified as alprazolam, a Schedule IV controlled substance. There were several individuals, including Bowen and his son, present at the time the warrant was executed. So that is part of that case. Where Nicole has a history of being a big time informant. So Travis says, All meth heroin addicts, turn in people, need something in this case with this prosecutor that she was going to provide evidence on Palladino and GK. We know it's probably not true because state would have used it against Ashley to prove conspiracy. So it's probably just big bullshit. Well, why would they have used it against Ashley if they had evidence that Nicole was going to turn state's evidence against GK and Jason in a situation that Ashley had nothing to do with? Yeah, there's paperwork, grismatically clever, that Nicole did in previous years snitch on her own son's father and her father-in-law. So like none of this has anything to do with Ashley. It had to do with Nicole and Garrett being arrested, and Nicole basically when you go back and you look at her record, that she would have been going away for a long time if these charges with her getting caught with methamphetamine, a syringe, and a scale. She was in the process of trying to get her kids back, which we're going to get into that next. I hate to do this, but it has to be done simply because I'm tired of the slander. I'm tired of everybody trying to make Ashley out to be something that she's not. But during this same time frame, 2013, 2014, these are conversations that were going on online, which also explain why Nicole would be throwing her husband under the bus. It's because her mother and her sister and her husband were communicating with each other about taking her son away from her. This is Robert Bowen, the husband, talking about it's a waste and it will never wear you down, and you take your time from Corbin. Corbin is Nicole's son. Just be there for him, and always and only for him. She will either get the fuck out about her child or she won't, or give a fuck about her child or she won't. You can do this. There's a lot of love and support for you and him from family and friends. Love you both. Here if you're needed. Here if you need. Nicole's mother. I, as Corby's grandma and Nicole's mother, have to agree with Tanya. You cannot force anyone to be a part of anyone's life. If she wanted to be there, she would have never left the first time. Move on, my man, and be the best parent you can be for Corby. This is another random person putting in their 2 cents worth. Brittany Bell over here in the middle column is Nicole's sister. He can always call Aunt B. Here's another, Kelsey Higley. Sounds like we all agree on full custody. I have an awesome attorney and he's cheap but does an amazing job. If you need a number, let me know. You got this. Don't let her ruin him. He's too cute. Cheryl Corbin, Nicole's mother, says he can always call grandma and grandpa. Tanya Bowen says, I've learned from experience that you can't force a biological parent to be a true parent. The courts can't even force them to be. They can only force them to be financially responsible for that child. Don't waste your time or energy on trying to make her be there. It's a waste and it will never wear you down. And take your time from Corbin. Just be there for him and always and only for him. She will either give a fuck about her child or she won't. This over here on the right-hand side is Robert Bowen, Nicole's husband, putting a
Ain't that
message out
something?
there. Huh?
I said, ain't that something?
Mm-hmm. This is Robert Bowen on November 12th, 2013. Your son wants to talk to you, wants to talk to Nicole. You need to call. You can't just appear for months at a time. Call him. So that's what was going on at the time as far as possibly why Nicole would be snitching on her husband and his father-in-law if it had to do with custody. Okay, so Travis,
The thing that sucks about that is that the judge in Ashley's case said that he took away the plea agreement because he himself was a man who grew up with didn't his mom die or some shit like that, like putting Nicole up on this like maternal pedestal, and she wasn't even allowed to be around her kids. Her own family's on Facebook talking shit, and Ashley doesn't get the plea deal that she like agreed to and went through a couple of years to get to, and they take it away because of Nicole's kids, and she wasn't even allowed to see her children. Like her own family put in
yeah,
a
there was a
court
court
order
order.
that
There
she
was a
wasn't even
court
allowed to be
order.
around them.
There was a
But
court order that she wasn't allowed to be under the same roof.
it's like
And
having two bites of the cake.
Travis, here's why that doesn't add up as far as Nicole, Ashley being involved with the reason that Nicole had to be killed. Number one, none of this had anything to do with Ashley. The whole arrest in Tippecanoe County, the drugs, Garrett and Ashley had not been around each other. And here is a weird statement from Garrett that kind of proves that. Second one over, column, that I wasn't sleeping with Ashley at the time when everything was going on with Nicole. The night it happened was the first time I had been around Ashley in about 3 weeks. So we know that everything went down at Palladino's the week of from the 20th to the 24th. There was an argument. Both Garrett and Talitha discuss it in their interrogation videos. It has to do with Nicole's car, Garrett wanting access to the car, Jason Palladino telling Nicole to get off the property. On March 25th is when ISP showed up at Toby Garth's house looking for Garrett. That was a Monday. That weekend, if you go and you listen to Cold Truth and all of her podcasts and her interviews with Nicole's mother and Ray's mother, they will confirm that the weekend of the 24th, ISP showed up also at Nicole's mother's house looking to speak to Nicole. They showed up at Ashley's dad's house wanting to speak to Garrett. They didn't tell Ashley the details. They simply told Ashley that Garrett had been involved with a gay guy and they needed to speak to him, which then takes you to, let me go back and find these Facebook posts. Which was March 14th. No, not that one. Sorry. This one right here, March 15th. Here it is again, more evidence he is a FAG. And it's because some guy is calling Ashley through Facebook, trying to get a hold of Garrett because Garrett had just reached out to him sexually. And it says, LOLG, just hit me up. And then Ashley responded and he says, was that you on Garrett's phone? And she said, what? And then she posted, here it is again, more evidence that he's a FAG. Then the police show up. She tells ISP she is going to help them by reaching out to contact Garrett. Later that night, Garrett shows up, going off, throwing a fit, because she's accusing him of being a FAG, the police coming to her house. What the hell have you done? I'm sick and tired of you. Yada, yada, yada. He loses his shit. Ashley grabs her backpack from school, has her wallet, her keys. She's in cosmetology school, so everything is in her backpack. She grabs her backpack. She takes off. She goes over to Nick Simon's house. Garrett follows her, busts in the bedroom where she's hiding, and attacks her. He's got her on the bed. He's strangling her, pounding on her face, and a girl named Emily Cottrell is there. Emily Cottrell has already written Ashley's new attorney an affidavit explaining that I was there, I intervened, I pulled Garrett off, and I'm the one who forced him to take her to the hospital this night. This is March 25th going into the 26th. Ashley knew that someone intervened, but she just didn't know who. I've tracked this girl down. So, let's see here. During Ashley's trial, or prior to her trial, Ashley had contacted her attorney and said, hey, this is what happened on this night. I was taken to the hospital because Garrett had beaten the crap out of me. And I don't have all the details, but I finally got a letter. This is when Ashley's out on bail. She got a letter from the insurance company about that night, which is this right here that she sent to her attorney, asking her attorney if she was going to be able to get a hold of these records. And her attorney never responded. So I took it upon myself to obtain the records. These are 32 pages of an ER visit from that day. Now, don't get me wrong, Ashley wasn't beaten to a pulp, but she did have injuries. And Garrett took her here to the White County Hospital. And for whatever reason, Ashley let Garrett speak for her. And he told them that she had been in an ATV accident and fell off and stopped breathing, and that they had done CPR on her. So that's what these records show. We've gone through these before, and there's a whole nother document that, if you guys want it, I can post it live on the YouTube channel. But these documents do exist. She actually was at the hospital on the 25th. And then that night, I see what you're saying, Travis. I know. Okay, does that matter if that wasn't fitting what Garrett was testifying to? Because that's not what Garrett was testifying to. Garrett didn't even testify that him and Nicole were even in a relationship. And nothing about Ray's case even came into the trial. So the fact that Nicole wanting to work with ISP or anything like that, it was irrelevant because none of that was even brought into the trial. So Ashley not knowing what to do and being, let's just call it what it is, being stupid and a victim, and letting Garrett control the narrative and control her life like she had been letting go on for months. She then calls her friend Josh to pick her up at the hospital. And here we are with Josh's interview.
The day she went to the hospital. Once again, I can't 100% say for sure. It looked like she had been in a car wreck. But she never admitted to me that he touched her.
Right.
But that was just the assumption. The fact that he wouldn't leave her side, the fact that he was being overly aggressive and protective, and yet didn't say a damn word to me other than showing me his knife for probably an hour, just standing there huddling right behind me right between us, like leaning forward in between the seats.
In the car.
Right. Which, of course, yeah, I ignored. I figured he was just trying to be part of the conversation until he didn't be part of the conversation. You know what I mean?
Right. And so when you picked her up, when she called you, she didn't really even tell you why she'd been in the hospital, or did she tell you, or did he tell you?
She told me that she'd been in an one of the off-road vehicle accidents. She had gotten into an accident on one of those.
And did you, when she got in the car, did you ask her to elaborate? Like, what the heck happened?
No, I remember there was a joke about how she really did get into a bad accident because she was all bruised in the neck and face. But I didn't ask her to elaborate. I trusted her to tell me when she felt comfortable telling me, because she was talking about how she was a little doozy on some drugs they give her, and she hadn't slept for like 24 hours, and she wasn't feeling great, and that was where the conversation led. Was how she was feeling and how she was handling it, not really what the accident was. And I didn't lean into it. I had no reason to suspect her of lying.
Right. Well, she was. I mean, she was lying. Well, I think that's because he was right there. And
right. I totally agree with that. When I abandoned him and took her to get out to eat, I did try to push on the whole, hey, are we sure that this was a car accident or an ATV accident? Because she's like, oh, yeah. She genuinely went from happy and fun till once he was gone and us talking about him to becoming sheepish and standoffish. Even without him there, she didn't even want to discuss him. And I know it's because she knows that I would have pushed and been angry and possibly got into a fight. I know that that's why. It just was very sad.
Yeah.
The way she was acting. Like she was just scared, like a scared child.
So you took her to eat, and I remember, I think when I talked to you before, you said that she literally was acting like an 8-year-old.
Yeah, like a little kid. Specifically, when the second he was gone, like me and her talked like we normally would talk on the phone or talk probably 1,000 times before that. And short of the joke I made about her abusive ex, which I made a joke about it because I thought he was long gone. Didn't realize he was the guy in the back seat.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah. That was before he showed me the knives. So I was feeling that I might have antagonized him a bit without realizing it. Once again, I had no clue that, you know what I mean? She had texted me his name, I think, twice. And it was a text. And when she introduced me, the names didn't click. Right. You know what I mean? I figured because he was in jail from what last I had heard for breaking into her house and abusing her.
Yeah, and he got out. And then
that never even occurred to me that she'd be still hanging out with him. And so when she said his name, I think it starts with G, Garrett, right?
Yes.
I was thinking it was a hard G instead of a light G, and I just never even clicked until he showed me the knife. I started to get the overwhelming aggressive, just, you know how you can get a vibe off someone? I just felt that he was pissed off that I was the one giving her a ride. And I didn't understand it until I started to put two and two together. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like she kept leaning away from conversating about her personal life. And we were driving the car for like an hour and 20 minutes because they wanted to go from north of Lafayette area to Kokomo, which is about an hour's drive away.
Is it still on?
Hold on. I feel like I did something wrong here. Hold on a second. Because there's more of this interview. I might have pulled in one that got cut off. Hold on. No, that's that might be all of it. I don't know why it would cut off because I believe there's more to it. Then you are who she called.
Like, me and her talked like we was the one giving her a ride. And I didn't understand it until I started to put two and two together. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, she kept leaning away from conversating about her personal life. And we were driving the car for like an hour and 20.
Well, you know what might have happened is I might have to go back. I might have to upload this separately because I feel like this might be when we started covering this case again, and I took all of the prior lives down so people could listen to the second round of coverage. I might have hidden the other one, and this might have been one that I didn't. So I'm going to go back through and I'm going to upload this interview, and I'm going to upload Jeff's interview separately again. Because there's more to this interview. And basically what Josh says is that he dropped Garrett off somewhere. Garrett was angry with Ashley because Josh had picked her up from the hospital, even though Garrett didn't have a ride. Call your friend, and then her friend shows up, and now he's mad. And Josh took Ashley to get something to eat, and he said Ashley was acting very strange. She was acting like an 8-year-old child. So he kept trying to question her. She wouldn't really answer him as to what was going on. Her face and her neck had, red marks, whatever. Long story short, Garrett ended up calling Ashley and said, come pick me up. No one in his family would allow him or her to stay in their home. And he wanted Josh to take them somewhere and drop them off. Well, Josh was not willing to do that. Josh took Ashley and got her a hotel room for that night. And he claimed that he went and told the hotel manager, because he's the one paying for the room, so they weren't on the street that night, that if anything happens, if there's any kind of a commotion or any kind of domestic dispute, call me ASAP and call the police. So he got the room for them. And then the very next day, instead of getting Ashley home, Garrett wanted to go to somewhere in Kitland to get a tattoo. And he was basically adamant that Ashley go with him. And her being submissive was, okay, I'll go. Because what else is she to do? I know that she called her grandmother several times to come and pick her up. And her grandmother has told me that, I kick myself every day. I was angry because she wasn't home, and she said, I didn't know what was going on. I just knew that she was with Garrett, and the whole family disapproved of her being with Garrett. And she wasn't driving an hour and a half, 2 hours to pick her up. So Ashley was pretty much stuck.
It's really sad.
So where are we at in the chat? So what questions do we have? I want to know, like, this is a complicated case in the sense that it comes down to, it really comes down to who you believe, credibility, and between that and the DNA. So I want to know, like, before we go forward, like, people in the chat who are listening, and I appreciate all of you being here. What are the questions that you have? And I'll try to answer them as honestly as I can. Because I know that, you know, up until my channel came along, everybody just believed the rumor mill. They believed that Ashley was guilty. And
What
no one ever
Travis
questioned it.
what Travis is saying about Palladino, is there any way, like, where is Jason Palladino these days? Do we know? Is he still in prison?
No, he actually, I don't think that Jason's ever really technically been in prison. I know that he's been arrested and he's been in jail.
He's
But
obnoxious.
Jason, I know that when this all went down, according to Ashley, and this is based, and all I can do is take Ashley's word for it because her attorney, her original trial attorney, would never discuss it with me. But that basically the police, law enforcement, Garrett is the one who basically told them that he was ordered to kill Nicole because she was a snitch, and that he was ordered to kill Nicole by Jason Palladino. Okay, that on its own leg has nothing to do with Ashley. That was the story for a while. Well, no, I take that back because that wasn't the story for a while because he didn't even come out and say that until after his interrogation videos. Garrett skirted around the real story for hours. It wasn't until that Garrett, I believe, felt that Ashley had probably spoken out against him that he started pointing the finger at her. But after the fact, when everything came down to the trial, it was in the probable cause affidavit that Jason Palladino, Garrett Kurtz, and Ashley Garth conspired to kill Nicole Ball. Yet Jason Palladino refused to ever be interviewed and claimed that if they pulled him into this, that he would take the fifth.
Well, there's something with the I mean, so for some reason, Garrett Kurtz feels comfortable saying Jason Palladino's name. So I don't know if it's
I don't know. I don't know. And Travis, you are 1,000,000% right that Jason Palladino would be the best possible witness in the world for Ashley. How do we convince him that if he comes out and says on behalf of Ashley, I never had a conversation with her, that he's going to be convinced that he's not going to go down for being involved himself? That's what it boils down to.
You'd have to give him full immunity for him to do that.
Somebody would have to, like, because, and the thing is with Garrett is reckless. I don't think that Garrett gives two shits about who he points the finger at. Garrett is one of these. Garrett is one of these people who. Garrett is one of these people who, he will admit to the dirtiest doggone thing ever, but he will try to justify it by the wrongdoings of other people or him getting caught in the midst of trying to do right. That's the way that I see him.
He transfers people a lot. Like, he transferred Ashley with Talitha, you know what I mean? And himself with Chris. He does that a lot. So I'm wondering in this situation, who's Jason Palladino? You know what I mean? Like, because I don't think it is Jason Palladino. Because if it was, there's no way Garrett Kurtz would have sat in the White County Jail with Mark Palladino for a year, untouched, awaiting trial for the very heinous bullshit. So
I don't know. I mean, I don't
I
know.
just, I'm so who ordered the hit? It wasn't Jason. So who did it? Who's Jason in his story? Who's the Chris Mathis Jason in the story? You know what I mean?
Hmm. And you know,
He's got all that other crazy
I've
shit
literally thought about like being so desperate in this situation. I've literally thought about going to Indiana and approaching Jason, and saying, "Hey, please, for the love of God, you know, I know that you think that these people who I don't know what he's thinking. I just know that he's thinking that sealed lips keep his ass out of trouble, and." I don't think that Jason himself has all this weight and clout to pull around.
they're like poor. Have
Not
you
like his
seen?
family.
They're like poor white trash.
Chris
Sorry,
Kruk
but
said, Amy, I lived on the compound, was not Jason.
who was it then?
So Chris, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who was it then?
Was it Russell Stout, Terry Struthers,
No,
Teresa
I think
Becker?
I think it. I mean, I know, like, and that's another thing. The car ride down, like Travis is bringing up, to the car ride down to the Palladinos. When you go back through the interview that I did with Mikey Hiddle, and Mikey Hiddle, first of all, why is Mikey Hiddle not included in this conspiracy? Because his storyline is Jasmine called me to give her friend a ride to Delphi to get meth, and on the way there, well, first of all, let me back up. He claims that when he showed up at Jasmine's, that this dude Garrett's there and this girl are fighting because she's not happy with the situation and she wanted to leave. He says that. Mikey Hiddle says that. And Garrett tells Ashley, okay, we're going to go to the gas station. We're going to pick up some shit. We're going to come back by and pick you up. They don't come back and pick her up. They leave her there. I do not believe that when Garrett was driving with Mikey Hiddle to Delphi, that he knew when he got there that Jason was going to look at him and say, this bitch has got to go today.
Yeah.
I think Garrett knew, and these are text messages that I have when he says, I didn't know it was supposed to happen that day. I think Garrett was going there to get drugs, to take back to Kentland. Ashley could be as mad as she wanted to be sitting there. She could wait. He didn't give a shit. You know, he basically controlled her. Just sit there, shut up. She had no phone. She didn't know Jasmine. She didn't know Chris Mathis. You know, he left her there. I'll be back. So they go to Delphi. You got to listen to Talitha's interrogation. There's a whole bunch of effery going on between Garrett going over and talking to Jason and them being over there for a while. Then they come back over to the car and Talitha asks him what Jason say. And Garrett says, Jason said,
have a good night.
Have a good night. So like there's all of these things going on. And
then
during
Jason,
all of these hours, Ashley's in Kentland asking Jasmine, can I use your phone? The only way that she knew to get a hold of anyone was on Facebook. She knew Garrett didn't have a working phone. Talitha discusses in her interrogation video, Garrett didn't have a working phone. He was using Nicole's phone and he was using Talitha's phone that night. So Ashley starts Facebook calling Talitha. Have you seen Garrett? He was supposed to be coming out there to Jason's. Talitha said, no, I haven't seen him. He'll be there. And the whole fucking time, Talitha's with Garrett. No, Travis, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You can't go with the conspiracy of 4 people. You're absolutely right. It's too complicated. It's too messy. I agree. But talking on here about the whole entire story, you can't leave all those facts out.
Do you think
Travis
that
says,
that's why there's so many co-conspirators? Like whoever ordered the hit knew the more people involved, the less people get in trouble. Oh, sorry, it's my refrigerator. My bad. But
I think
I
I
don't
think
know.
what it was, I think it was a lack of manpower. It was a lack, they had their guy who admitted to killing her. And then the guy finally pointed the finger at someone else. It was clearly a slam dunk. The place that it happened at, Jasmine Parker's trailer, she was already an informant. You can tell that by listening to her interview, her interrogation interview. The
Her
detective
mother is
comes
the cook
in.
at the Newton County Jail.
Yeah, he talks to her about she had been informing actually on a whole nother trailer park. I don't think they really gave a crap. And the attorney that Ashley had, like, I feel was too new. I don't know. Like, I hate to speak badly, but I can't help it because I've seen Travis says what I'm saying is not facts. They are speculation based in large part on what GK has told people. If you stick with facts, GK is crazy is the only thing that fits to me, but I agree with you. Important to see. Yeah, I mean, it's on face value. If we were at the start of this case and we were going to present a true defense, everything that I'm saying would matter. Everything that I'm saying, I believe, could be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. However, we're not there anymore. Ashley was convicted. There was no defense put on in her case. The DNA is a complete falsehood because you're talking about a situation where she was left in a trailer for 12 hours. A girl that she knew Garrett had been dating, sleeping with, and had been threatening her. Not only her, but the other girl that Garrett's having an affair with that is also involved with Jason Palladino. The 3 of them walk in the door. She's thinking, holy shit, I'm fucked. And of course, a fight breaks out. Nicole comes at her like, what the fuck is this bitch doing here? Ashley's like, what the fuck? Like, I was left here all fucking day and you show back up with these 2 motherfuckers. And a fight ensues. And in the middle of the fight, Garrett jumps in, strangles Nicole to death. We know this. I don't care what anybody says. We know this because he describes it in detail. And I'm going to pull it up. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Okay. Because we know based on the interviews, everybody discussing Nicole in these interviews describes Nicole as dope sick. She's addicted to heroin, and without Garrett, she can't get her dope.
I don't think that's true though, because
Well, Garrett says it, Nicole says it, and then
Nicole
Talitha
does say.
no, Garrett says it. I'm not Nicole. Garrett says it and Talitha says it. And when Nicole shows up at the Palladino property, Garrett gets Garrett and her leave. They don't like it's Garrett, Talitha, and Mikey Hiddle in Mikey Hiddle's car. They're pulling out when Nicole pulls in. Garrett gets out of the car and goes over and gets into Nicole's car. And instead of Garrett and Nicole following Mikey and Talitha, which, by the way, Talitha had never met Mikey in her life. Talitha was going on this voyage to make sure that Garrett was going to do what he was told to do. Garrett and Nicole leave and they go somewhere. When they finally show up at Mikey Hiddle's apartment, they show up with heroin and they go in the bathroom and they shoot up. I truly believe, based on the letters that were sent to Garrett by Talitha after Ashley's trial, that Jason Palladino was telling Garrett that day, give her a hot shot. It's in the letters that he was supposed to shoot her up with a hot shot. I think that was where they went before they went to Mikey Hiddle's apartment. Wherever they went, Garrett was picking up heroin and anticipating getting a hot one. They get to Mikey's apartment. He shoots her up. It doesn't work. Why? Number one, her tolerance is high. Number two, he missed the vein. That is discussed in her autopsy report. But we know that Garrett strangled Nicole. These are photos of his arm 5 days after Nicole's death. I don't know. I'm going to take a wild guess, speculation. When they left Mikey Hiddle's apartment, I don't know if Garrett and Talitha thought that Nicole was going to fall out in the car and they were going to dump her somewhere. But I think them taking her all the way back out to Kentland was a latch-ditch effort. And Garrett knew when he walked in the door to that trailer and Ashley was there, that there was going to be a ruckus, which gave him the excuse to intervene. If Ashley was involved in planning this, number one, she wouldn't have been calling Talitha all night wanting to know where the fuck Garrett was. Number two, Garrett wouldn't had to have called and tracked down Chris Mathis to help him dispose of the body. If Ashley was involved in planning this, wanting Nicole gone, what were the benefits to her? Garrett being the prize? Because she wasn't involved in any of the Ray Hainish case, the arrest there, or the conspiracy to do a controlled buy on Garrett and the Palladinos. None of that had anything to do with her. So, I mean, there are major, major gaps in this story that need to be filled, and no one bothered to fill them. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, I think the way that the cookie crumbled, Travis, with the way all of this was handled from the very beginning, with the F6 and the strangulation, and then it not being taken serious, and then the invasion of privacy. Yeah, the whole domestic violence thing pretty much went out the window, and didn't factor into whether Garrett scared the shit out of Ashley or not. But it also was never brought into the trial that Garrett and Nicole were an item, that they had been living together on a property with Talitha and Jason. It was never brought into trial that Garrett and Nicole were arrested in a dead man's car. All of that factors in. Regardless to any of it, Ashley was willing, because she waited to go to the police because she was scared, to plead to assisting a criminal. just like Talitha Beckley was, just like Jasmine Parker was. Ashley got 48 years for simply being there. That is the problem. So Chris, you're saying, okay, so you're saying that Garrett had in his head that Nicole was going to snitch them out for a few things, along with the fact that he was seeing them both. He was in a complete state of panic. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that because Ashley already knew that he was with Nicole. That was among one of the reasons that she had kicked him out of her house. And Chris Cook says he was told to leave the compound numerous times. So are you saying that Jason Palladino told Garrett to leave the compound himself, not just Nicole? It was him and Nicole? Yeah. So Chris Crook said correct. So Chris, what do you make of Jason Palladino? Is he a peon? Is it his family who's running the show? What do you know about Jason?
I think they're pretty low level.
It was Judge Mueller, I believe. Let me double check.
Hey, Chris, do you know
Yeah,
anything about
Daniel Moulter. Daniel Moulter was the judge. He's getting ready to retire.
I think he did retire.
pawn of who?
Somebody named Ryan. I can't remember his last name now, but I think it's Ryan something.
Who's a pawn? Who's he a pawn of? Who's directing all of this?
That's, I mean, and you know, and I simply really feel like Garrett Kurtz is a fly by night, boisterous. I'm important to everyone, but yet he's not important to anyone. And when you listen to him talk, especially in his interrogation video, you will see how quick he is a great liar. Like at the drop of a dime, he can make up a scenario to fit a narrative that never happened, never existed.
That's a
And
meth thing, though. Have
no,
you ever?
no, not like this. And when you go through, like literally, when we go through his, I mean, we can do it tonight if you guys want to. It's already 9:30. We've been on here forever. but I can do it. Go through his interrogation video. You'll see how much of an elaborate, realistic liar he is. And you're just like, wow.
That's the thing too, is he like the Billy Isom thing. It's like there's Lisa Beckley is connected to Isom, and like the way that he pulls in a little bit of everyone who's there with like last names and information, and when you like really look it up and research it, you're like, he's like drawn some yarns, but he's pulling in specific names for a reason. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's telling on everybody probably, and we just haven't deciphered it yet.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Play a couple of these. Hold on.
Even with Casey Anthony, like you could like Zanny the nanny, like Casey Anthony, like even her lies led to like the
Oh,
truth.
yes.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
Rebecca,
Zanny the
yes.
nanny. Oh, so she put her kid down with the Xanax and killed it. You know what I mean? Okay, Zanny the nanny. So I mean, there was always with liars. There's always like 90% of it is like truth. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like literally like walking law enforcement through Universal Studios to her job that didn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean,
here's
she had
another,
worked there. She just didn't anymore.
right. So here's another excerpt from Open Secrets.
I shouldn't have to do the law enforcement's fucking job, though. You know what I mean? That's their job to find out where the fuck I was. Not mine. It's not mine. It's not mine.
In the American criminal justice system, a defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in the court of law.
Garrett Kurtz. Well, we'll see. If any of you out there know that Garrett Kurtz has an alibi for the day that Libby and Abby were murdered.
You know, and honestly, I can't tell you where I was at February 13th or the 14th because I've gotten high since then.
Real simple.
I've got 2 nephews and a niece. You know, I love kids. I would never do anything like that.
But after that, you did meet with them, because that's going to give you most of the information you need to know, was the fact that you cooperated. Did you get the feeling that they were satisfied as a whole? You know, I know the one detective like let you smoke. What was your takeaway from that? Like, oh, great, here we go again. Like, I'm going to get the finger pointed at me. Or was it like, okay, I'm glad they realized I had nothing to do with it?
Well, I'm glad that I took it, you know, but the one that brought me, he swore him down. He said, I don't think he did that, but he thinks that Ron did it. He said Ron was a loose cannon, and he thinks that Ron would do something like that, is what he said.
Is Ron capable of something like that, Garrett?
No.
It doesn't seem like it. I don't know him, but
that's what you think? I know that's what happened. They were going to pin it on me. But you weren't home that day. They didn't find out. They didn't care. You don't understand. Nobody knew that till later. They didn't care. We need to solve this, and you're it. And you were in the hot seat. I was in the hot seat. And when they found out there was just too much against them, and none of it, they gave up. But they spent all that time pissing around on a driving without a driver's license and all that shit when they should have been looking for murder. Right. Yeah, you just had wasting all that money.
do you think that the new sketch had something to do with you? Do you think you look like the sketch, etc.? Have you seen it? Like in the interview, did they show you?
Well, I've seen one of them. I don't think I look like it. Honestly, I don't. I mean, I don't have any hair. You know, I haven't had hair for a long time. I mean, I shave my head.
Again, do you feel, didn't they tell you, oh, we're taking this off the table? That was like the excuse they used, at least, for not wanting to do a plea deal. So are you going to trial?
Oh yeah, I'm going 100%. You know, and I
Um,
don't see what they're trying to accomplish with it by saying that. Because if any kind of law enforcement thought that I had any kind of involvement in that, I would be charged with it. You know what I mean?
right. That's what you would think, you know.
Unless they're waiting for me to get convicted here, and then they're going to try to like charge me with it. Which I mean, I'll have to go to trial on that. I don't care. You know, I didn't do that shit. So.
What's that, Garrett? Oh, you broke up.
I heard rumors about like there's a grapevine in town about who did it, and I told the police that I told them everything I knew, and the police just as much. Miss Ashley Garth is just as much to blame as me in Nicole's death as I am. You know, and if they let her get probation or house arrest for testifying against me, she could do it to somebody else.
Meaning she's not, it's not about it being the truth. It's about she will say whatever she can to get that deal. Is that what you mean?
Absolutely. She's always been that way. She's a snake.
Because it takes courage to be honest about that. And I know that you weren't able to be right away and you guys maybe panicked. You're the only one that came forth and was honest about it out of what, 5 different people? I mean, you know, I'm not obviously condoning any of this. So let me get this straight. Was it a jealousy thing between them?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Ashley and Nicole got into a fist fight, and I tried to break it up, and it went a little too far, and that's how that happened. And, when I got questioned about it, I kind of lied and said that, I lied to make it look like, it was like an organized kind of thing. Because I didn't want to get Ashley in trouble because she was involved in obviously trying to protect my girlfriend.
And she was the love of your life at the time, right?
What?
Was she the love of your life at that time?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I had tunnel vision when it came to her. She could do nothing wrong in mine.
You initially weren't honest. So then when did you come? Did they bring you in again? Because obviously they looked into it further and they found that she was more involved. So if anything, right? Or no, you said you weren't initially open. You said that it was everybody, but it really was you and Ashley, right?
Yeah, well, everybody was there, but it was me and Ashley, so.
But nobody called an ambulance or the police or anything, right?
Nobody called an ambulance. Nobody tried to stop it. Ashley claims that she had a panic attack. Ashley didn't have nothing. She was right there with me the whole entire time.
Oh, were you guys?
And Ashley was the one that wanted to do it, so.
Wow. And she's out on bail. Does she pose a threat to anybody in the community, in your opinion? Obviously, it's just your opinion, but.
I mean, personally, yeah. I mean, she's a loose cannon. I mean, if you talk to my parents or my grandparents, they could tell you, I don't know how many times that I showed up at their house and I had claw marks and black eyes and she ever put her hands on me. So.
You and Ashley spoke? Because I mean, don't you have a soft spot for her? How do you cope with balancing, needing to do it for yourself and then getting pulled back into that?
Well, I talk to her in here, she's going to try to say when I go to court that I'm the monster and this and that. And if I'm she was writing me letters when she was in here, through the laundry and shit. So if I'm such an idiot and monster, why was she trying to speak to me? You know what I mean?
Right.
But honestly, I'm glad that I don't talk to her because I would probably say some really hurtful things to her because honestly, I mean, I'm a grown man, and I make my own decisions, but I kind of feel like, this whole fucking situation is all of her fault because she didn't try to stop any of it. She was, she knew she had a hold on me. I was wrapped around her finger, so she's the reason all this shit happened.
Have counseling in there, Garrett?
Not at all. I read the Bible. That's about it.
Now, I just want to tell you, this is only I don't want to upset you. Tell me if it hurts your feelings, but this is my view, is I can kind of hear in your voice how dissociated you are from those traumas that you endured. And sometimes you have to face them head on in counseling to actually feel, to cry, and to start to build yourself back up. And so I would recommend some counseling. The family was told that they aren't going to waste their time prosecuting the death of Ray because it was accidental. Were you as well told that?
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that. Actually, this is going to hang up. Let me call you right back, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. But I was told that they were going to charge me with something, but they couldn't charge me with homicide because there wasn't enough evidence.
Do you realize that you
situation is all of her fault because she didn't try to stop any of it. She was, she was like, she knew she had a hold on me. I was wrapped around her finger. So she's the reason all this shit happened.
Counseling in there, Garrett?
Travis, was that rewound far enough? Because Travis was asking what he said right there. He said, what did he say right there? I tried to rewind it back to where I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, I talked to her in here, like she's going to try to say when I go to court that I'm the monster and this and that. And if I'm so, like, she was writing me letters when she was in here, through the laundry and shit. So if I'm such an idiot, a monster, why was she trying to speak to me? You know what I mean?
Right.
But honestly, I'm glad that I don't talk to her because I would probably say some really hurtful things to her because honestly, I mean, I'm a grown man, and I make my own decisions, but I kind of feel like, this whole fucking situation is all of her fault because she didn't try to stop any of it. She was, she was, like, she knew she had a hold on me. I was wrapped around her finger, so she's the reason all this shit happened.
Have counseling in there, Garrett?
Not at all. I read the Bible, that's about it.
Now, I just want to tell you, this is only I don't want to upset you. Tell me if it hurts your feelings, but this is my view, is I can kind of hear in your voice how dissociated you are from those traumas that you endured. And sometimes you have to face them head on in counseling to actually feel, to cry.
I think once we find out who did this, we're going to think, yep.
In the American criminal justice system, a defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in the court of law.
For more than 2 years, you never thought we would shift gears to a different investigative strategy.
I mean, honestly, yeah, but in another sense, I don't think they know who the fuck did it.
But we have. We also believe this person is from Delphi, currently or has previously lived here.
I mean, I've been out there my whole life.
Visits Delphi on a regular basis.
I mean, of course there's pictures of Ron's horses on my Facebook.
Or works here.
Working at Packers, because I did have a job at Packers around that time.
What's Packers?
Indiana Packers in Delphi, the hog plant.
We know that this is about power to you.
Law enforcement thought that I had any kind of involvement in that. I would be charged with it, you know what I mean?
And you want to know what we know.
If they're waiting for me to get convicted here, then they're going to try to charge me with it, which, I mean, I'll have to go to trial on that. I don't care. I didn't do that shit, so.
What will those closest to you think of? They find out that you brutally murdered 2 little girls.
I got 2 nephews and a niece, I love kids. I would never do anything like that.
2 children. Only a coward would do such a thing.
I don't know. I consider myself a soldier.
We are confident that you have told someone.
Miss Ashley Garth is just as much to blame as me in Nicole's death as I am,
What you have done.
And if they let her get probation or house arrest for testifying against me, she could do it to somebody else.
Or at the very least, they know. Because of how different you are since the murders.
Likely so are behavioral indicators that this individual may have exhibited since.
One of them, I don't think I look like it. Honestly, I don't. I mean,
Shave their beard.
I don't have any hair. I haven't had hair for a long time.
Cut their hair. Change the color of their hair.
I mean, I shave my head. So.
Did they start abusing drugs or alcohol?
And honestly, I can't tell you where I was at February 13th or the 14th because I've gotten high since then.
Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out?
I remember I was at my mom's house at my Uncle Toby's, and I remember seeing her on the news,
Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon?
And the detective's like, how many phones have you had? I said, you know how many phones I've traded for drugs?
Or thereafter?
But they said my phone pinged in Delphi on the day of the murder. I said, well, they're like, what was your phone number? I don't fucking know.
It seemed like you were speaking directly to whoever did this with the sense that that person might even be in the room. Do you think that
How do you know that? Exotic Prairie.
In the room, he was close by, but I'm 100% convinced he was watching.
County over the weekend has been identified as Nicole Bowen, but there are still several unanswered questions about her death.
Suspect wanting a connection to the murder and torture of a West Lafayette mother, Nicole Bowen. The Newton County Sheriff's Office says 27-year-old Christopher Mathis was arrested yesterday in Zionsville. Police found him hiding under a bed inside of a woman's apartment. Now, he will be in court tomorrow morning, along with 2 women who are facing charges for assisting a 5th person in connection to a murder and torture of a mother from West Lafayette. The Newton County Sheriff's Office says they now want to question about the death of Nicole Bowen. Right now, they're not calling Beckley a suspect, but she does have an unrelated warrant. Now, this new development comes after 3 of the 4 suspects in the case were scheduled to be in court today. They're all facing accomplice charges. 21-year-old Garrett Kurtz is the only one charged for Bowen's
has been
murder.
charged with murder in the death of a West Lafayette woman found dead near Kentland. Prosecutors say Ashley Garth played a role in the death of Nicole Bowen. Garth is being charged with 3 counts, including murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Bowen's body was found on March 30th in rural Newton County. Garth claimed Bowen was a, quote, rival because she was involved in a sexual relationship with her boyfriend, Garrett Kurtz. Court documents say Bowen and Garth were fighting over Kurtz in a trailer home. Kurtz then grabbed Bowen and is accused of strangling her to death. Prosecutors now say Garth helped Kurtz in several ways kill Bowen. She allegedly gave him materials to strangle her and helped him dispose of Bowen's body. Garth is one of 5 people facing some kind of charges in Bowen's death.
But remember, a sketch is not a photograph.
Right.
It's something similar to a resemblance. And the likelihood of this being something between the two is probably pretty strong. But again, that's a subjective opinion based upon what I believe. We can't show our hand. We just can't. We can't turn this in to a wide open schematic of what we know and why. We just can't. But I believe that one day we'll be able to.
You've been involved.
Because of all that's happened over these last 30 months, the information that we had received, the information that we knew, and I hope to one day be able to tell that story.
I mean, yeah, the torture. Hold on. The torture aspect of it comes from all of the things that were done to Nicole immediately after her being strangled. And I don't think that they can prove whether she was still alive or not. But all those details come out in Garrett's initial interrogation, where he basically describes what happened to Nicole, but in a third person scenario, that it was Chris Mathis, not him. And he describes what happened. And what I find most telling in Garrett's admissions is in his second interview, even after he tries, or even after he throws Ashley under the bus and says, oh, well, she helped me. He says that right after he described where he got the extension cord from. And he describes getting it from behind the TV and that it was plugged into the surround sound.
Which you would know if you were handed the cord.
You wouldn't know that, right? And
Do they
then
ever do fingerprints on the TV?
I don't believe they ever looked. I don't.
What is wrong with these people? Like, they're crime
and they
text-
knew.
Like, where do they go to school? Like, do they do it? Like, how? What the fuck? Sorry, my bad.
They knew when they brought Jasmine in, because Jasmine came in because they had served a search warrant on her trailer. And they knew then that there was cords and stuff missing. Well, number one, they had already found the body. And number two, they knew that there was a cord missing from the television because the television couldn't work. But Garrett goes into detail about where he gets all these items. And then they didn't look for latents on the TV. And then he said he tries to change up his story. Oh, well, she tied this and she tied that. And Detective Rowe immediately stops and he says, wait a minute, that's not what you just said. And then he corrects himself again and says, no, She handed me the scarf and I tied it. Okay, but on all accounts, based on everybody else, when Garrett was in the process of strangling out Nicole and it became a reality to Ashley, he's going to kill her. Ashley ran to the back bedroom. And the co-conspirator who was involved with setting all of this up even testifies and says in her interrogation video that Ashley ran back there and was crying, and Garrett came back there and hit her again. Which, again, why would any of that happen if this was a planned scenario? And wouldn't it have been planned that we're going to do this, and when it's done, we're going to take her to X spot and dump her? And then we haven't even gotten into the aftermath of all of this and what transpired after that. So
Can we talk about the first person Garrett called when he was arrested?
you're gonna kill me. Okay, okay. So everybody, we are on the brink of introducing some new details. So I'm going to continue to play these open secret videos and make them and bring them in because they were a part of Ashley's conviction. You know, social media really helped in everybody's, you know, whether attorneys or judges or prosecutors, believe it or not, public opinion plays a role in everything. And in a town like Newton County, Kentland, which has like 1,500 people, and there's a dead body found, and then that dead body is linked to an individual who may be a suspect in the Delphi case, people are paying attention. Nothing about this case ever benefited Ashley in its coverage. Nothing. And she never once spoke. She never came out publicly and spoke. Her family kept quiet. Yes, Ashley had a great support system at home. However, they didn't know how to help her. Ashley put her faith and trust in her public defender, which I think most defendants in her situation should be able to do. But that's why there is a level of because things don't always work and things aren't always done correctly. But we're going to continue to play secret videos throughout this. But Garrett, within these interviews that he does, he discusses being assaulted as a child. And he brings in religion and things like that from his family's background. However, according to Ashley, and we have since confirmed it, and I'm going to tell you briefly how we confirmed it. So, when Ashley started suspecting Garrett being bisexual, it was right before all of this happened. And she went to her grandmother and told her grandmother, I think something's going on with him. Her grandmother didn't believe it. So, long story short, when these things came out on Open Secrets, Ashley immediately, once she got comfortable with me, started pointing out, like, he's lying. He's making it out like he was a victim. He's not a victim. Her understanding was Garrett was involved with a man who is a dentist in Lafayette. Do not say his name right now. Streets, don't say his name.
I'll be good.
But there's a man in Lafayette who's a dentist who has several properties, one of them being a lake house. This has been discussed before on other podcasts. But that Garrett would go there at his own free will to party, and that this man would have other young males at the property. This man is professionally a dentist, and he's also known to be a child photographer. And there's reason to believe that he might be connected with the ring of people that were connected with Keegan Klein. And I'd say late last year, you know, Garrett and I used to communicate, but we stopped because he didn't like answering my questions. He didn't like being challenged. He didn't like being accused. He didn't like being called out. However,
Chris, did you know? Wait. Chris said he was just. You are the dentist or Keegan Klein? Because if you say the dentist, I'm going to piss on myself. Sorry. Oh my fucking! I'm gonna piss myself, man. Okay, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Mute.
um, um, I'm not Exotic Prairie. I'm not sure which it's okay. In JS, you talk about Jeff Snead's interview you posted. Jeff Snead says he doesn't know their names. Then cop shows photos of GK and AG. I'm not sure what part you're talking about there. Can you explain? There was no interview of JP. I have never been able to come across an interview of Jason Palladino. The law enforcement in Carroll County, Newton County, Kentland, the sheriff there, none of them have ever.
Jasmine Parker.
Oh, Jasmine Parker. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought, okay, I'm thinking of Jason Palladino. Oh, yeah. No, she said JS interview you posted. Who's JS?
I think that was a typo, and she meant
Might
Jasmine
have been.
Parker.
Okay. So anyway, Chris said he was just about to say something about the dentist.
That's what I'm saying, dude. The dentist thing is something I heard about so long ago, and it's always been like a conundrum. And then the conversation I had with you, and then with the reversal of that phone number and getting the name and deep diving him, I was just like, there's something going on here. And then the Mark Kurtz thing, and then what Julie Melvin said, and then what Reese is saying, I'm like, oh my God. It's
So
all right there.
this dude, and we're probably going to do a couple of separate lives. I got to figure out how to go about it. But there's this dentist that,
Okay, he does know who he is because he said Freddy Krueger, and that was one of the first things I thought when I saw a picture of
Oh
him.
my
So that
God.
dude's fucking legit, man. Oh my God.
So I was told about this guy a long time ago and didn't really, because you can't ever believe anything that Garrett says about, I was assaulted as a child, this happened, that happened. And then when you talk to Ashley, she's like, he's a liar. These were all consensual interactions that he had. I picked up on them. I went to my grandmother. I've talked to Ashley's grandma about all of this, and she's confirmed. And she didn't believe it. She's like, I just never thought that Garrett was, basically swung both ways. But that's what Ashley was claiming back when Ashley was breaking it off with him. And so there were all of those rumors. last year, and I have it in a message from Garrett, out of nowhere. I mean, months had gone by. He had told me to F off, you know, he wasn't going to discuss Ashley with me anymore. He didn't like me basically saying, "You're a liar," yada, yada, yada. Then out of nowhere, and I think it's because, you know, he's isolated. He has no one to reach out to. I think the only person who helps him now on a regular basis is his grandmother. But out of nowhere, I get a message from him and it says, "Hey, I need your help. I'm desperately trying to get a hold of my uncle. And every time I call him, it goes to some like automated system. Can you call him at this number and make sure everything's okay and tell him to try to get in contact with me?" He gave me the phone number and he gave me the name. Well, of course, I'm like, no, I'm not doing any of that. But the next time I talked to Ashley, I told her about it and she said, "Are you effing kidding me? That's not his uncle. That's the dentist." And we took the name, we took the phone number, and we did a reverse lookup. And sure as shit, it's a dentist in Lafayette with a lake house, with all of the amenities that we were told that this person has, with the photography company, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
It's and if I like, because I have been, you know, researching Delphi for so long, there's not been a new name for me in a while. So I was on standby for like 3 days straight. So I went deep and like 33 hours worth of fucking research. And he's disturbing. His friends list, who he has in common with Garrett Kurtz, is disturbing. Where he lives in relation to Garrett Kurtz's father is disturbing. I knew about him back in the day. He's the first person Garrett Kurtz called when he went to prison. He has a godson who died mysteriously at 21 years old of natural causes, and we all know how much that one DA loves to call weird shit natural causes. So yeah, and he lived across the street from Ray, and he was this dentist's godson, and he died mysteriously in his house of natural causes at the age of 21. It's just, the whole thing is just weird. And I have him connected to someone else, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so I need to check it before I like say it. But there's another connection that's just gonna make you go, "What the fuck?"
Oh, no name. I would like to hear that story. So if you want to, you can email me casebykcase10@gmail.com. So, well, we've been on here for 5 hours. I think it's time to cut everybody loose. Chris
If any-
Crock,
Chris
please
Crock, send us
email me
stories
back.
and send her about the dentist, what you know about it, because the dentist has been my, like, I don't know, like my, what is it called? This like thing that you I don't know, it's been the crux of my
Obsession?
side. What is it?
Obsession?
Yeah, my obsession, like this, like the one thing that was like, it's the puzzle piece that like fits perfectly, and you know it solves like a big, huge other portion part of the puzzle, and when she gave me that phone number and I did the reverse search on it, like my heart jumped into my nose. I was so happy. I was like, "Oh my God." And like I said, I was on standby that week. I was stuck in my like little rig just looking at men put up solar panels for 11 hours a day, 3 days straight. And I just dug into him, and he is scary.
Mm. All right, guys. So thank you all for being here. You all are troopers. Please like, on your way out. Please, please, please
White
like the
whale.
video.
Yes. Yes.
Please
My
like the
white
video.
whale.
Subscribe and share, please. The channel is growing, and I can't wait to do this first members only live. It's gonna be rated R. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah. We should get Phoenix in on that. Electric Wear with Truther Network.
Yeah.
He knows a lot about the crime scene.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a new member. Thank you all subscribers tonight. Got a lot of you. Love you all. I don't know if I might go live tomorrow. I'm not sure. Gonna see what's going on, but I have
I'm
lot of
gonna work
questions.
tomorrow.
I have a lot of questions and stuff from last night's live that I think people would appreciate being answered. So I'll let you guys know if I'm going to be able to. But
I'm on standby
Travis,
again tomorrow, but the connection in the solar fields is spotty, so I'll let you know.
Okay. Well, Travis, if you're still listening, I appreciate your wisdom and your guidance always. I know I'm hard to reel in.
Hey, I've got to like really. I'm gonna leave because I've got to change over the laundry. Love
Okay.
you all.
Love you. Good night.
Lots of. Okay, I'll call you later. Bye.
Okay. But Travis, me and Cherie love you to death. We appreciate you. And when push comes to shove and we need real advice, we reach out to you. So we appreciate you for always being there. Cherie, any last words?
No, I want to go back and catch up what I missed while my daughter was here, but it was interesting to say the least.
Oh, we got a lot covered. Kathy S., thank you for tonight. Under Your Scars, as always, you're the bomb.com. Thank you all to my mods, and I will see you later. Good night.
Good night.